lines carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brownier Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Pregame. I'm here with Kellen Strowmire. Stro, appreciate you joining me, man.
Thanks for having me.
So, kind of start with the basics of kind of introducing you to everybody. Obviously a junior at this point, but how'd you get to Iowa City? What was the background like playing baseball growing up? The inside scoop on Kellen Strowmire.
Yeah, so I'm from Dubuque, Iowa. I'm a junior, athletically redshirt sophomore, and I grew up in Dubuque, so really close to Iowa City. Grew up going to all the athletic events. We had football season tickets, wrestling games, basketball, you name it. So kind of grew up, Iowa City was home away from home. So when the opportunity arose, it's nice to have. Nice to be close to my family, but a little far away, where I'm not, staying in the hometown. But and then just a great group of guys in my class that we played travel ball together. Gable, Obi, Savs. I mean, I've known those guys forever playing baseball, so it was kind of cool that we were able to all come here and play ball together.
So we heard Coach Teller talk about trying to get guys, or trying to make him look bad for not having them in the lineup. And you kind of have developed into a role Ben Swales had last year a little bit, the designated runner. You come in, you've been kind of Jackson's defensive replacement. But when you swung the bat this year, you've done a nice job, and then came on Sunday and got a home run.
Yeah, it's just controlling what I control is all I can do, whether I'm in the lineup or not. I can't let that affect me, and just kind of got to accept my role, whether that's, like you said, running the bases or going in defensively. I got to go out there and do it as best as I can and just remain patient when opportunities come.
What's your prep work go in for something like that, whether it's running or, hey, you're going to get it at bat? Have you been kind of watching the pitchers, see how they're trying to do? And I know we've seen a lot of late innings. We've seen a lot of new guys come in, so just kind of prepping yourself for how they've been attacking hitters?
Yeah, we do a nice job with scout and stuff like that, so there's not a lot that catches you off guard when you get a pitcher up there. But when it comes to pinch running, it's usually kind of last second, have the adrenaline spike, and maybe do a few hamstring toe touches, get the hamstrings loose, and then kind of out there just run on adrenaline.
You can do that at your age. I can't do that at mine. I need a little longer. So what on the hitting side then, you go out there and obviously, how do you keep from trying to do too much? Just kind of staying within yourself, because, hey, this is my chance. I got to do something great instead of I just have to follow my process.
Yeah, that's something where I've grown a lot from last year. Last year I was a little more immature with, all right, well, I don't know when I'm going to get another chance, so I got to prove something rather than just trust in the work and trust in, what I've done up to this point in the, facility. So that's the different approach this year, where it's like, not worry about failure, just go up there and just attack and just be confident and just let the result take care of itself.
All right, so the other thing that you and I talk about a lot is our NFL team. We're both Steeler fans. That was a new thing for me. So where are we? Is Aaron Rodgers going to be our quarterback or not?
It's all right if he is, but we still need to draft one. I wouldn't mind Shedeur Sanders. He's my favorite college player. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Learn a year under A-Rod.
I'm not sure he's going to fall all the way down to where the Steelers are.
I know. That'd be hopeful wishing right there. Maybe like Jackson Dart or something.
So then, then on the running back side, we've got to still fill out the room a little bit besides Warren. We've got a couple guys there. But, all right, so last thing back to baseball. So kind of what, as we get going here, what are the midweeks? How are the midweeks different than a weekend? Is a little more expectation a midweek for you, or how do they work?
Just the way we play is a lot different. We don't really ride out a starting pitcher, get a lot of guys in, and I think they do a good job at trying to get different guys up to the plate, which we can't treat it any differently. Any midweek team.
Still want to win, right?
Yeah, no matter who's on the front of the jersey, we want to win and take care of business, so we don't really look at that part. But, yeah, it's cool just to get guys opportunities and, treat it like any other game and just try to take care of business. Nothing lightly.
Well, that sounds great. I know you got some duties here to go chase around, so thanks for joining me. I appreciate it,
Thanks for having me.
Kellen Strowmire, Hawkeye outfielder. John Leo will be back with Coach Heller after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles, or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, a road midweek at Illinois State. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Keller. Coach, congratulations on that big sweep over Ohio State this weekend.
Well, thanks, John. It was a really good weekend for us. The guys played great, really in all facets of the game for 3 straight games, and the offense was just tremendous. You know, anytime that you can get big leads like we did early in the game. We scored at least 3 runs in all 3 games in the first inning, and then we didn't shut it down, which was great to see, because a lot of times you score 6-7 runs in the first 2 or 3 innings, and then boom, everybody goes to sleep, and you know, you let it, if something goes haywire on the mound or something like that, you can end up in a bad spot trying to turn the offense back on again, and we didn't do that. We just were consistent all weekend long, scored runs in multiple innings in all the games, and then our pitching was really good. You know, the last game we talked, you know, how well you know, Kate Obermueller threw on Friday, and then Aaron Savory didn't have his best start, but luckily we did score some runs, because he gave up 5 in less than 4 innings, and the bullpen came in with Watts, Hogue, those guys, and they did a really nice job of slowing that game down. And then on Sunday, you thought it might be a replay of Saturday. You know, we score 3 runs in the first or something like that, and then boom, we give up a couple home runs. And Reese Buter had a tough time finding the strike zone, and the ball, it was cold. You know, it was a cold day, and the wind was really howling, and he told me the ball felt like a cue ball to him. He was having a heck of a time getting any kind of grip on it, but was proud of him. He buckled down, found a way without his best stuff, and then after those first 2 innings, he settled in and stuck zeros up the rest of his outing, and you know, we just kept piling on runs that game. It was crazy. I mean, we scored a bunch of runs, and the hitters did exactly what Marty Sullivan, our hitting coach, asked them to do in the scouting report for 3 straight days. Really disciplined and locked in, and you know, it was a really solid weekend for us.
Reese Moore, the Big Ten Player of the Week this past week, was announced yesterday, Coach.
Yeah, that's
shock to us, right?
No, that's outstanding and happy for Reese. didn't even want to bring it up. He's so hot, I didn't even want to mention his name.
Okay. We can move on.
No, I'm kidding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what a weekend Reese had, man. He just tore it up and, homered in the first inning in 2 of the 3 games. Another homer mixed in, clutch hits, RBIs. Just a phenomenal performance by Reese, and you just don't want to touch those things when they're going that good. Just let them roll, and hopefully Reese can keep it rolling here tonight. He'll be catching tonight. He didn't catch all weekend. He DH'd, and he'll be catching tonight. And hopefully he can keep it rolling.
6-game winning streak, Coach. You've outscored your last few opponents, something like 64-11. So really coming together and building some confidence before starting this road trip.
Yeah, let's hope we take some of that with us on the road. And that's all you can do. And our guys are in a good place, and we talk all the time, even when things weren't going well, that all we can do is control what we can control and keep getting better and improving. And once the guys figured out what our identity needed to be successful, everybody's embraced that, and we take it as a challenge every game out. And we have to play clean on the mound, clean on defense, and scrappy 1 through 9. No big gaps or holes in the lineup where everybody's doing their 1/9, and if we do that, we got a good chance of coming out on top at the end of the game. If any of those 3 things don't happen, then it's going to be a challenge for us, and that'll be the battle cry today. As we were fortunate to get a win last Tuesday. It was a pretty flat day, and after the weekend, and we hopefully learn from that, and we come out and give our first road midweek game, which is a challenge for the guys, and playing a good team in Illinois State, and a team that has always played well against us. And anytime you play a team midweek on their field, it's going to be even a bigger challenge.
How do you address those challenges, Coach? Because this is a day trip for us. Just come over and head right on back. There's no doubt that it's a challenge, but how do you talk to the team about that?
Well, you just talk about it starts way back in the fall. There's lessons as you go along that they hadn't learned from the fall or winter or early part of the season, and I am hoping that most of those lessons are out of the way by this point, because we've had a lot of things, happen in the early part of the season that, we were so close, and, just make a mistake here, make a mistake there, and all of them were really costly. And, the law of averages kind of flipped our way the last 4 or 5 games where teams started making some mistakes, and we had talked that for the first 18 games, I'd never seen him, 40 years of doing this, 18 games in a row where teams played so well against us, 9.9 fielding percentage, not walking anybody, making plays, and we caught some breaks, got some free bases here the last 4 or 5, and when we get free bases, that really helps our cause and how we go about our business and trying to hold the zone and not chase and do all those things, and then you saw the result this weekend. We were able to parlay that into a lot of runs. But today, it's just the message came last Tuesday. After that game, it was much, when I don't know if I got on them, but I did to a degree. It's much better after a win than a win that you survived, that you didn't give the kind of effort that it needs on a daily basis to be successful. And if you want to be a regional team, you want to be a champion, you're going to talk all those things, then you need a better effort than what we gave last Tuesday. And that was the message. And I talked about it then. I said, next Tuesday we're going to have to go to Illinois State. We've laid eggs there before. It's really easy to do, but if you're really mentally tough and you really mean what you say at the beginning of the year when you're setting your goals and what we want to achieve, then we'll find out tonight if that's the case.
Our pitching plan for today, Coach. What are you thinking in this midweek game against Illinois State?
Yeah, same plan for us. We're going to go 9 pitchers. Nine guys will start the inning. And then, depending on how the game's going, there's going to be different guys backing up. It might be the guy coming in next. It might not be the guy coming in next. There'll be 3 or 4 that, we can't get in tonight unless things go bad, and we're using a lot of guys in the middle of the inning. And Gannon Archer's going to start the game today. He'll throw inning 1, and then we'll just start mixing them in from there. And as you and I have talked about many times, when you play it that way, you're truly talking about each guy doing their 1/9, and it only takes one guy, 2 guys to go out there and not be ready to go, and you can end up in a bad place, especially if you're not scoring runs. Illinois State is playing a game tomorrow, I believe. They have a Wednesday game. So the starter we're facing, I believe, may be a little bit closer to a traditional start than what we normally see in our midweek competition. I'm guessing if he's having success, they'll let him run. I mean, they'll flip guys, but I know if we were playing tomorrow, we wouldn't be running 9 guys out there. So that's what we're looking at.
Before we let you go, Coach, you've got a rich history of competing at this field, going back to your UNI Indiana State days. Just maybe 1 or 2 memories that you have playing here.
Well, when I took the job at Northern Iowa was my first Division I job back in 2000. I had a lot to learn. I was a Division III guy. I really didn't have a feel for the competition in the league firsthand. I knew it was good and all that, and I knew the history, but I'd never seen it, firsthand. And the first Missouri Valley Series, when I was at Northern Iowa, my first Division I conference series, was right here against Illinois State, and the first 3 starters we faced were a guy named guys named Kotz, Eckenstaller, and Furistic, and I think all 3 of them pitched in the big leagues.
How about that?
And they were picked in 6th place, and I looked at my assistant because I thought, well, if it gets tougher than this, I don't know how many games we're going to be able to win. and then there's been a lot of memories. Back in the day, people. I'm dating myself, but in the modern world, you don't see a lot of cruel, mean heckling. Back in those days, there was no security, there was nobody here, and the heckling that you would get from the crowd was pretty brutal. And I remember a couple days over here just getting absolutely destroyed from drunk college kids absolutely letting you have it. But no, we played conference tournaments here, and a lot of good games here.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time today. Good luck against Illinois State.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Keller, on our pregame show from Normal, Illinois. We're getting set for the first road midweek of the season for the Hawkeyes. Starting lineups and first pitch coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game as a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth in the press box at Duffy Bass Field in Normal, Illinois. It's Illinois State and Iowa meeting for the first time this season, the first road midweek of the year for the Hawkeyes. And Iowa enters on a 6-game winning streak, outscoring opponents 63-11 during that span. It's been a pretty good stretch for the Hawkeyes lately, John Evans.
I knew it had been good. 63-11 sounds really good.
And the Hawkeyes will go with a midweek approach, as we heard from Coach Heller, 9 pitchers at least today for the Hawkeyes, a new one that'll start every inning. It's been kind of a mixed bag with results with that approach this year, as Coach Heller likes to do.
Well, let's hope that the starter of the inning fares a little bit better than they did last week. And then at the very least, if there's a new pitcher in the inning, it's because Coach is trying to do a matchup and trying to get somebody on the mound in live action instead of a couple of firefighter issues we had last week.
Offensively, John, what are you looking to see from the Hawkeyes in this game?
More of the same, really. A good, consistent approach. Forcing the Illinois State pitchers to be in the zone. To kind of take those edges, be careful there, don't expand the zone, and really, almost literally get off the bus and be focused and locked in and ready to go.
Keep Reese Moore going, who has been named the Big Ten Player of the Week, co-Big Ten Player of the Week. He shared it with Ryan McKay of Michigan State. Moore was on fire this past week, so let's keep Reese going.
Yeah, 3 hits on Friday. Followed that up with a couple more on Saturday, and finished up with 3 more on Sunday. So I think I got that in reverse order, but 3, 2, and 3. But it was a solid power week for Reese too. And what I really like seeing from Reese is that he hasn't really expanded the zone a lot. One of the things that'll kind of get Reese in trouble a little bit is thinking he sees something and doesn't, but right now he's seeing it really well and driving it well.
First of 9 in a row on the road, John. This will be a challenging 2-week stretch, back to on the road for a significant portion.
Yeah, I mean, here, drive back home. We were talking about it before we came on the air. Who knows what's going to happen with the weekend in Minneapolis? The weather looks terrible. They've examined every possibility, from playing it in Iowa City to shuffling games around. Then go back on the road for another midweek in Peoria, and then drive to Chicago for the weekend series next weekend against Northwestern. So, and then have a midweek to finish it all up at Milwaukee. So, tons of quality bus time and hotel time. So, just when we were getting used to our own beds, it'll be a little bit of change.
Iowa last played at Illinois State on March 28th, 2023. The regional team came over here last time, and last year's game was rained out, didn't make the trip over to Normal. Illinois State won that matchup 5-3. The last time these two met at Duffy Bass Field. At the time, Iowa was 19-3, and Illinois State was 7-11. So it was early enough in the season. It was probably the first midweek road trip, and the challenges that come up with that, even for the regional team that was so good in 2023, Iowa could not get it done here last time at Duffy Bass Field.
No, and I just remember the ending of that game was a ringing line drive up the middle off the closer that with the tying run on base or tying run at the plate, and it ricochets right off the reliever right to the first baseman, who just stepped on the bag for the final out of the game. I think it was Sam Honar hit it. But yeah, it's baseball, and we've seen, you look up and down the roster of highly ranked teams, and they lose a midweek, and so you have to come prepared to play. You have to be ready, and especially when you take an approach like Iowa does with 9 different pitchers. Every guy that climbs the hill's got to be ready to go and locked in, because you never know. You give up 3-4 runs, that could be the game.
All right, starting lineups have been announced. We're getting set for first pitch. We'll step aside for today's national anthem. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today. Available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
Welcome back to Duffy Bass Field in Normal, Illinois. It's Iowa and Illinois State this evening. The Hawkeyes and the Redbirds. Iowa 14-8. Illinois State is 8-13. At this point of the season, the Redbirds, they do have a pretty impressive win at Oklahoma State. They played a 3-game series against the Cowboys. They took the opener in that weekend series in Stillwater. And then Oklahoma State got them the other 2 games.
It looks like they just irritated Oklahoma State that game. But again, that just goes to show you that things happen.
All right, let's get you today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the Hawkeyes, the visiting Iowa Hawkeyes. Ben Wilmus will lead things off and play left field. Gable Mitchell, the shortstop, bats second. Reese Moore is catching today, and he will bat third for the Hawkeyes. In center field is Miles Risley in the cleanup spot. Dan Rogers is the DH. He'll bat fifth. Caleb Wolf, the first baseman, bats sixth. 7, 8, 9 for the Hawkeyes today. Mitch Wood at third. Kellen Strowmire in right field, and Ben Swales at second base. The starting pitcher for Illinois State is a right-hander, Carter Monk.
Monk has made 6 appearances, 5 starts, 21 innings pitched, 30 hits, 21 runs, 18 of those earned. He's walked 6, struck out 8. So he's really kind of an action guy. The ball will be in play on him. Giving up 5 extra base hits, 4 hit batters. He is 1-4, funny enough. Talking about action, his last 5 appearances, he's had the decision, a 7.71 ERA. Fastball's going to get up there in the low 80s. He'll throw primarily a slider, but it's got a changeup that he'll work in every once in a while as well.
Well, the Hawkeyes have been very good in first innings over the past few games. They jumped out on Ohio State with 5, 2, and 3, I believe, in the weekend series. So we'll see how the Hawkeyes do to get this one started against Illinois State today. This looks like more of a traditional starter. I know we were talking on the way over here, John, about what other teams, how they midweek us, and how rare it is to see so many pitchers get rolled out from the opposing team.
True, and you know, he had a good start against Lindenwood. That was his one win. He threw 6 innings, gave up 4 hits, no earned runs. Gave up 2 runs, but no earned runs. But then in his last couple outings, he's given up 4, 4, and 2, and they've been a little shorter. He did throw 5 innings against Western Illinois too, so you know, misses or gets a strike there. So depending on how he's in the zone and how Iowa attacks him will be how long he gets the pitch today, I would guess.
Ben Wilmus gets the first look at him as Monk deals a strike. Wilmus standing in from the right side, facing off against the right-handed pitcher who operates solely out of the stretch. Wilmus takes inside. It is 1-1. A turf infield here at Duffy Bass Field. Natural grass when it transitions to the outfield, a dirt warning track. A lot of room behind home plate. Huge backstop. A lot of foul ground straight back. The 1-1. Wilmus hits on the ground to third. It's gloved by Gibson. He throws it across the diamond to retire Wilmus. Big standing Redbird logo behind home plate. You typically, when you see Illinois State, it's just the head of the Redbird. This has the full body, the whole thing with fists clenched, Redbird fists or whatever you want to call those.
He works out.
Yes.
You see it. You were talking about the outfield. It's interesting because, you know, it rained / snowed most of the morning here. It was soggy when I was kind of walking around out there a little bit. So, you know, our Iowa guys a little more used to solid turf bounces, and you're not going to get that today.
Gable Mitchell batting for Iowa now, left-handed hitter, starting at shortstop today. Settled into that position defensively for the Hawks. The 0-1 pitch to Gable. Takes outside. It's 1-1. We've got the Illinois State football stadium beyond center field. We've got the track first, and then the practice bubble, And then beyond that is the football stadium. And then over beyond the right field wall and across a little bridge is Redbird Arena, the home of Illinois State basketball. 1-1 to Gable is popped foul over to the left. Pretty nice stadium here, John, I would say. And a nice lower bowl with bleacher seating around and behind the dugouts, and then traditional stadium seats behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out on Mitchell. Just underway at Illinois State. The pitch to Gable. Slapped foul again, straight back. And a very nice press box here at Illinois State.
Yeah, cool little setup here. They really have done a nice job with it. It's Duffy Bass Field and 1,500 capacity for the stands, and good setup.
Another 1-2 to Gable. He chops this one to the right side. The first baseman fields it, flips to the pitcher who's covering, but his foot was not on the bag, and Mitchell legs out an infield single.
Good job there. Good job there from Gable to put pressure on the whole time.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Thanks to my board op, Brett, today. Got to sneak that in the window. Appreciate it, Brett. All right, here's Reese Moore, reigning Big Ten Player of the Week. Stands in. First pitch to him is swung on and missed. Tried to pull a pitch on the outer portion of the zone. Mitchell there at first base. Iowa wearing their black midweek uniforms. You don't see these on the weekends. Got the script Iowa spelled out in gold across the chest. Gray pants for the Hawkeyes today. They're wearing the gold caps with the black bill when they're in the field. Illinois State with what looked to be throwback. I don't know if this is what they typically wear, but they're cream uniforms with Redbird, old-fashioned Redbird logo across the chest. Moore swings and fouls it off, 0-2. All cream uniforms with red caps for Illinois State.
It's 2 fastballs that Reese has seen and kind of been tardy or tried to pull both of them on the outer portion of the plate. So see if he gets a different pitch here.
Monk is ready. Here comes the 0-2. And Reese fouled it back to the pad. Challenged him with another fastball.
Got a fastball again. Just moved it slightly more off the plate. Might want to see if they're going to attack Reese that way. See if he's willing to hit it into left center field.
Coach Heller had been impressed with Reese's ability to do that in certain instances. Looking for a little bit more consistency and going to the opposite field. Another 0-2. After a long pause, here it comes. That's too high. 1-2.
Yeah, Reese doesn't see a steady diet of fastballs very often, but Monk's secondary pitch is a slider, which he probably doesn't really want to throw, breaking it in toward Moore either.
Try a move over to first base, and Gable's back in.
You know, Iowa wants to get the running game going, but probably not going to run Gable here because you just don't want to take the bat out of Reese's hand. He's got a bigger hole to hit through and gives him an excuse to pitch around him.
Ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Moore is in the dirt. Mitchell takes off for second. Here's the throw, and it is in time. They've called Gable out at second base. Tag applied by Shy Robinson, the shortstop. The throw was to the right of the bag, and it looked like Gable got under it, but Robinson tagged him on the way through. Looks like we'll have a review.
Yeah, Gable was adamant that he didn't get tagged, and so you just never know whether or not something like that, whether you'll have a good enough camera angle on it. A little delayed steal there from Mitchell with the ball in the dirt. Tried to take advantage of it being down low. Contreras made a nice throw, a little high, and actually probably a better snag and grab by Robinson coming through.
Appreciate the aggression from Gable there.
Absolutely.
Worth a shot to try to get to second base. Robinson had to leap up for that, too.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought they were done already, but no, they just can't see it from where they were trying to peek over the fence.
The little makeshift shed down there.
Yeah, the little shed was too far away, and now they're walking all the way around the shed. Interesting setup there to pull around. So they'll actually go in the door. They thought they could peek right in that little pop-up window, and no such luck. You're just going to freeze, aren't you?
I don't remember it being cold in this booth, John.
Well, it probably wasn't 45 degrees the last time. It says 52 degrees.
It was almost 2 years ago, right on the dot, that we were over here.
52 feels like 45.
I could buy that. Sun is going to dip behind us, so the fans in the stands are trying to soak up as much sun as they can before that turns into shadows.
I know when I talked to Kellen before the game, by the time I was done, I was ready to get inside.
Sure.
It had been, the sun is nice. There's just a little breeze, especially relative to some of the stuff we've had to put up with this spring. This is pretty good, but it's still not warm.
Taking a long look at it down the third base side where Iowa is stacked up in the dugout over there to the left. Illinois State down below us to the right.
I'm surprised Monk hasn't just tossed one up the catcher or anything.
Icing him himself. I noticed on top of the dugouts, John, there are ads for Heller stores. I don't know what kind of store that is, but does Rick have a store over here?
If anybody would, I could picture he would somehow.
Spent a lot of time over here when he was at UNI and Indiana State. You know, I took a risk in the interview with Coach today. I saw that we were around 9 minutes, and I thought, I got to ask him a little bit about his time over here at Illinois State. And I feel if we were in a different setting or if we weren't up against it for him to get out for BP, we might still be talking about all the memories at Illinois State.
The chuckle that you got from him when you asked that question tells me that there are stories that you did not get.
Maybe some other time we'll get them.
Yeah, there'll be a dinner trip that we might have to re-examine that a little bit, but I don't know what this is an ESPN Plus broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
We've got there's 2 cameras up above each of the dugouts. I think it's, and maybe they'll have maybe the center, if they've got one out in center field, that might be the best look, or home plate view. Although from our view, it was impossible to tell whether he got swiped or not. And so
it's getting kind of lengthy here, isn't it, John?
Yeah. So I think they're trying to find out whether he got touched or not, but I don't know if they're going to be able to come back with anything conclusive.
Here's the answer. They say that Gable is safe at second base. After a lengthy review, it pans out in Iowa's favor, and Gable will get second base.
Gable was adamant about it, and so I trusted him that he didn't get tagged, but it was just then, could you prove it?
Right.
Because once he was called out on the field, you had to be able to prove otherwise.
Runner in scoring position for Moore. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Monk checks on Mitchell at second. Long pause, the pitch. Gable hits it on the ground right side. A 2-hopper right to the second baseman. Mastros will throw him out at first, and Gable will advance to third.
Well, and that absolutely makes that stolen base a huge deal, because Redbirds are jogging to their dugout after the inning's over with a double play ball right there. So Hawks have a chance with the runner on third now for Miles Risley.
Risley batting in the cleanup spot today for Iowa. He did so on Sunday, as well as the entire weekend against Ohio State. First pitch to Miles is a fastball outside. Miles lays off. Monk's misses, although few, have been right around the zone.
Yeah, even to Moore there, he was just off the edge. They were well located.
Mitchell at third, the 1-0. Breaking ball, it's called a strike. Hung it with the off speed. It crossed right below the letters. It's 1-1. Risley batting .299 for Iowa. Shows the bunt and pulled it back, and then takes a called strike. It's 1-2. 2 outs in the inning with Gable at third. Boy, every time I've seen Monk pitch, it's been 87 miles an hour.
He's been right on that 87, 88 number.
1-2 to Risley. Bloop to right side. First baseman Judah Morris is there. He caught it right on top of the bag. And that'll do it for the Hawks in the top of the first inning. Held off the scoreboard. We'll bring you the bottom of the first right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, You'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Brownier Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Batting order for Illinois State looks like this. Kyle Gibson to lead things off, followed by Shai Robinson and Daniel Pasella. Judah Morris, Braden Bakes, and Graham Mastros make up the middle of the Redbird lineup. 7, 8, 9, Daniel Contreras, Josh Outlaw, and Luke Stolga round things out for Illinois State. Defensively for the Hawkeyes, left to right, Mitch Wood at third, Gable Mitchell at short, Ben Swales, the second baseman today, Caleb Wolf at first. Outfield left to right, Ben Wilmus, Miles Risley, and Kellen Strowmire. Today's catcher is Reese Moore, and the starting pitcher this evening is right-hander Gannon Archer.
5 appearances on the season for Arch. He's 1-0 with a save, 6.2 innings, 6 hits, no runs. He's walked 5, struck out 4, kind of battling back a little bit. Had some arm tightness, so kind of working back through some of that, and was really sharp in his first outing of the year when he threw 3 innings at South Florida and picked up the save. And since then, he's kind of scuffled a little bit. So as he kind of comes back to full health, it'll be good to see him get back in the zone and become a really helpful piece of the bullpen.
Kyle Gibson to lead things off for the Redbirds. He's a left-handed hitter. Archer standing tall on the mound for the Hawkeyes. Time is called before we can get underway in the bottom of the first. It looks like Reese has some communication issues. He's headed over to the third base dugout to sort things out with Nick Ungs, the director of baseball operations.
Didn't home plate umpire giving the signal, no charge of a timeout or anything there. The equipment malfunction.
Archer from the windup is ready. The first pitch to Gibson is across. Good start from Archer with a strike.
Yeah, this Iowa pitching staff, second in the Big Ten in ERA at 3.71.
Boy, under 4 is fabulous.
In college baseball these days, it sure is.
No balls and a strike on Gibson. Batting an even 300. Archer throws it by him. 0-2.
I think the other thing that impressed me, 5 shutouts. So I've really done a nice job there.
That still leads the Big Ten.
Yes. Yeah, just .05 behind Oregon.
Archer missed below the knees, 1-2.
For an ERA lead, Oregon leads at 3.66, Iowa at 3.71. They're kind of trading places there and trading places in walks and hits per 9 innings.
1-2 from Archer. Lined foul over to the left side above the Iowa dugout. And you look at the ERAs across the Big Ten. There are 3 teams sub-4, 6 teams sub-5. So a lot of good pitching to get started in the Big Ten.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if it's some of the Big Ten teams playing when it's cold.
Here's a line drive that it is hit fair into the left field corner. Gibson around first, headed for second. Wilmus gets it in. It's a leadoff double for Illinois State in the bottom of the first.
Well, what a tough break there. It just stuck the bat out. 88-mile-an-hour fastball up and away. It's out of the strike zone and just kind of drops the bat head on it. And again, with the soft outfield, it just kind of hit and spun and stuck.
That thing died when it hit the grass.
It really did. There was no, you see those balls scoot in Iowa City. There's no outfield scooting here.
Looked like it didn't even want to bounce. Looked like it wanted to be a hammer throw from track, just stick in the dirt.
Yeah, I had a good wedge shot. If I'd go with the golf.
There you go. Here's Shai Robinson batting for Illinois State. He shows the bunt and then shoulders his bat as the pitch is low. Looks like he'll be bunting. Robinson's a junior. He's been around a familiar name for Illinois State over the years now. 1-0 pitch from Archer. That's at the knees for a strike. Robinson batting .268 for the Redbirds. 6 home runs for the shortstop.
I'm not sure I would have guessed that.
Go with only 2 doubles. So it's I have to go back digging into his stats to see where he got a majority of those home runs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Corners in for Iowa. Archer's pitch is high, 2-1.
I was just looking at my player cheat sheet that they gave me just to see what Arch's normal velocity was. And normally he's kind of plus or minus 90. Right now he's kind of settled into the upper 80s.
2-1 is high and tight, ball 3. Archer can't find the spot with his breaking ball. 3 balls and a strike with nobody out, runner at second base for Illinois State.
7 and 9 home runs on deck and in the hole, so don't want to give too many extras.
3-1, low and out, ball 4. First 2 batters are on for Illinois State in the first. And here comes Daniel Pasella.
And that was kind of Gannon's issue Tuesday against UIC. He got some help from Jackson Beeman on a Jackson threw a runner out at the plate for him too, so a little too much traffic from Gannon so far. The first one was a little unfortunate. The walk though is controllable, so need to get back in the zone here.
Reese will go out there and talk to him for a bit and try to settle him back in. Double and a walk. Pasella, good hitter for Illinois State, batting .419. Significant power threat. Big, stocky, tall, left-handed hitter.
Yeah, the next 2 guys slug .802 and .808. I don't care who you're playing. That's pretty darn good.
That's right. He's got 10 doubles, 7 home runs. He does have a triple mixed in. Archer is ready. The right-hander from the belt. First pitch, dropped in for a strike.
Not going to be real easy for Iowa to turn a double play either. Gable Mitchell is on the second base side of second. Mitch Wood, the only one on the third base side.
0-1 is downstairs, 1-1. Ben Swales playing in deep second, shallow right territory. Iowa outfield playing straight up.
And that's not as easy on this type of field either as it is normally at home, because it, again, when it transitions to grass, it'll react differently.
1-1, hit on the ground right side and foul past Caleb Wolf at first base.
Ben will get a ball that skids off the turf like normal, and then that first bounce on a natural surface will be different and likely slower, and so he'll have to kind of be ready for that if the ball goes to him at this point.
Archer in the driver's seat. 1 ball, 2 strikes with nobody out. First and second for Illinois State in the bottom of the first. Gannon's pitch is inside, maybe a touch high. 2-2. Boy, I thought he had him, but just out of the zone.
Great hold there from Pasella. He started to go, but the ball just missed up. Pasella doesn't strike out a ton for a guy with that kind of slugging power, so.
Only 18 and 86 at bats. Archer's 2-2. Swing and a miss. Gannon got him.
Spoke it into existence.
I saw what you were doing there, John. That's a big first out for Gannon and the Hawks.
Just like I don't care what his free throw streak is. I'll go ahead and go get him if I need to.
No broadcaster jinx from you, or maybe there is.
Well, it worked on the right guy then.
Judah Morris coming up for Illinois State, another one of those names that we recognize from over the years against the Redbirds. He starts at first base, .342 hitter, 9 home runs, 7 doubles.
25 RBIs, so he does work with runners in scoring position.
First pitch from Arch is outside. Big, stocky, right-handed hitter.
And he walks and gets hit way more than he strikes out. So Arch will need to make quality pitches here.
Yeah, be careful now. Still runners at first and second. 1 out. The 1-0 is hit in the air, right side. Strowmire coming forward. The right fielder makes the catch. No tag for Illinois State as Strowmire gets it in quickly. Big second out for Gannon.
Interesting base running from Gibson. He was, not that I think he could have made it with how shallow Strowmire was, but didn't even try to draw a throw or anything as he was a few steps off the bag and just kind of leisurely trotted back as Strowmire was making the catch.
And here comes Braden Bakes. He's the DH for Illinois State.
He is also the reigning Big Ten.
He ropes one into right field. Strowmire picks it up. It's a base hit. They're sending the runner around third, and he will score. Bakes, the reigning Missouri Valley Conference Player of the Week, gives Illinois State the lead in the first.
That was absolutely roped. Caught a breaking ball and inside part of the plate, but driven out to right at 102 for a base hit. Actually, outside part of the plate.
Yeah, I was able to somehow get around on that. Runners at the corners for Illinois State in the first, and here's Coach Heller making his way to the mound. A little bit early for, I think, what he was hoping for, and Coach Heller's making a change. 1-0 Illinois State in the first. And the Redbirds have runners at first and third with 2 outs. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Nick Jackson. I play linebacker here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, I drop in coverage.
3rd down 11. Straight back to pass to Sullivan. He's running for his life. Down he goes. That's a loss of another 6. Nick Jackson.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
All right, the Hawkeyes make a pitching change in the first inning and bring in Jack Whitlock. Whitlock into the game now for the Hawkeyes.
5 appearances for Jack. 6.75 ERA, but all those runs came in 1 outing. 4 innings, 1 hit, 3 runs were all earned, a walk, 3 strikeouts, and hit a batter. So again, all 3 guys that Jack's allowed on base this year have scored on him, and they all just happened, unfortunately, at one time.
Yeah, he comes in a spot here early on. Archer almost got out of the first inning after allowing a leadoff double and then a walk. He got a strikeout and a flyout, and then a 2-out single from Braden Bakes puts Illinois State on the board and in the lead, 1-0.
Pretty impressive from Bakes, too. 226 on the year. So he must have kind of found a little rhythm here in the last week or so to get it, and carries it over into this game.
So Whitlock comes in. He'll face Graham Mastros, who's batting .276. He has 25 strikeouts and 76 at-bats this year. And so let's see how he handles Whitlock's breaking ball.
Let's say, if I had to guess, he doesn't like Frisbees. And that's why I went ahead and made the change now.
Mm-hmm. The Hawks will have Dan Rogers, Caleb Wolf, and Mitch Wood up in the second inning. And hoping that the deficit is only 1 early on. Mastros bats from the right side. First and third for Illinois State, and 2 down. Whitlock addresses the rubber. He's ready to go. Short lead at first base. Jack's first pitch. Is a called strike.
I didn't bring my hand warmer or anything else because you told me it was going to be warm over here.
I didn't make it out of the first inning without getting a little chirp from John about how cold it is in the box. I did lead you astray. I remembered differently. 0-1 from Whitlock. Skied in the air. Center field. Risley moving back. Miles in front of the track makes the catch. Boy, he kept backpedaling there. That ball carried, didn't it?
It really did.
Risley makes the catch. We're through 1 in Normal. Illinois State leads it 1-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guest spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Welcome back to Duffy Bass Field in Normal, Illinois. The Redbirds in front of the Hawkeyes after 1. It's 1-0. Monk continues to pitch for the Redbirds. He'll face Dan Rogers. Rogers swings at the first pitch and scooped it foul over to the left. There's a busy street just beyond the Iowa dugout, behind it, and there's not much room from the top row of the bleachers to that street. There's a fence there, but foul balls hit that direction. As speaking of hit, Rogers is plunked by the pitch on the elbow. But any foul ball that goes over to the left, I mean, you're in good territory to get struck by a ball if you're driving by.
Yeah, I would think that more than one car has been hit on that street at some point or another.
Which, if you're driving and you're kind of zoned out, that's quite a surprise.
So my wife, when I used to work at a golf course in St. Louis, was coming to the golf course one day, and she had to drive past the driving range. And driving range ball came zinging and said hello into her windshield. And, yeah, you can get caught off guard with that pretty easily.
Here's Caleb Wolf. He takes one low and in. I think about that when I'm driving from my office at Carver. If I drive over to Banks, or if I'm going home that way, or you get past the outfield wall at Banks, you are kind of white-knuckled there. With this, please don't have a BP ball come over the fence.
I pay attention to which way the wind's blowing if I'm driving in that way. All right, do I need to play Frogger here and gas it and go slow and try to time it?
Have you run the red? Have you ever run the red there?
No, never run the red there.
Don't ask me that question, John. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Wolf. Caleb takes it at the letters for a strike.
It's not a matter of did you run it. Were you caught running it?
No, I've never been caught, never been pulled over. Nope. Rogers at first base for Iowa, trying to answer in the second. The 1-1 to Wolf. Caleb lines into left field. Left fielder moving forward. He can't make a play on it. It bounces in front of him, and the first two Hawkeyes are on as Wolf singles to left.
Left fielder there really wanted to make a play on that ball, but just dropped in front of Pasella, and he took the wise choice of bailing out, of trying to dive and not let that ball get past him, as that ball would have spun. Again, probably wouldn't have rolled very far from him. That had a lot of wedge shot masse on it too.
Yeah.
See what big spot here for Mitch Wood. It doesn't get a ton of at-bats, but a big spot here early in the game.
5 of 13 on the season for Wood. He's Iowa's starting third baseman today. Breaking ball floats in for a strike. Mitch from Ottumwa. Started at Iowa, then went to Northern Kentucky. Now he's back in Iowa City. The 0-1 pitch to Wood. He takes upstairs. Good eye on the fastball.
Could make up a story that he grew up in Rick's old house or something.
Some connection there, right?
Exactly.
First and second, nobody out. Monk ready, the 1-1. Mitch takes another high strike.
Oof.
1-2. The home plate umpire today is Shane Cannon. He's calling the balls and strikes. Thomas Burrell at first and Brad Snyder over at third. Some familiar names, regional umpires, local. The 1-2 to Wood. Popped it up, straight back and over our heads. And foul. Mitch battling with 2 strikes. Seen a lot of fastballs from Monk, but to Wood, he's been throwing the off speed as Mitch pops it up into foul ground. Morris, the first baseman, is over. He makes the catch for the first out. That's 2 pop outs to first base from right-handed hitters today for Iowa. Not quite picking up on Monk yet on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, and that was the off speed, and that's funny enough, both of the pop-ups were balls that were right in the middle of the plate. Risley had a fastball right in the middle of the plate that he popped up, and then that one was a breaking ball to Wood, who saw it but just couldn't get the barrel to it.
Here's Kellen Strowmire. 5 of 8 this season for Kellen. First pitch that he sees sailed outside. Strowmire with his first career home run against Ohio State on Sunday. Junior from Dubuque. Ball and no strikes on Stroh. First and second, 1 out. Next pitch is high and out. That's 2-0. Good discipline there from Kellen.
It was a good chat with him. I mean, it was interesting just how his approach has evolved here as he's gotten older and fought his way into the lineup here in the midweek. He kind of earned this start, his first start.
2-0. Kellen takes a healthy cut at it, but missed it. 2-1.
Just a touch behind the fastball there.
The 2-1 to Strowmire. A low strike call. 2-2. Iowa with early pressure in this inning, but a battle for momentum as Monk has worked back to even the count at 2. Next pitch to Strowmire. He hits in the air down the left field line. Pasella over, still running, and he makes a sprinting catch in foul ground for the second out. No tag from the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, and just like we talked about in the bottom of the first inning, when it became pretty clear that he was going to make that catch, Rogers needed to get back to second because Pasella caught it still drifting toward the wall. So he was not in any position to make a throw. Just get yourself that 90 feet closer so that you can score on a wild pitch or anything.
That's a good point because of the big room behind home plate here. This might be the biggest distance from home plate to the backstop.
Now, it is a brick wall, so that's kind of interesting, too. You can get a harder ricochet. We've seen a couple of those places, too.
Ben Swales batting for Iowa. Counts even at 1. Good breaking ball from Monk.
But I saw a highlight yesterday of a balk-off. I think it was in Hawaii. The pitcher balked. And,
goodness.
And that was the winning run. So that 90 feet could be quite helpful.
1-1 to Swales. Ben popped it up on the infield. Boy, the Hawks are just not driving the ball yet. Third baseman is down. He'll make the catch for the third out. And Iowa, after putting the first 2 batters on base, leave them out there. We'll go to the bottom of the second. 1-0. Illinois State with the lead. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
And speaking of that, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Jack Whitlock will get the start in the second inning. He'll face Daniel Contreras, Josh Outlaw, and Luke Stolga. So 7-8-9 for the Redbirds. They lead it 1-0 in the bottom of the second.
Western Michigan beat Northwestern 2-1.
A low-scoring midweek game.
A low-scoring, low-hitting. 4 hits for Western Michigan, 3 for Northwestern. And Northwestern's run came in the bottom of the ninth as they tried to rally.
Very rare.
Michigan and Eastern Michigan tied at 7, bottom of 7. Michigan's trying to threaten and retake the lead. George Mason on top of Maryland, 8-5, bottom of the 7th. Purdue 4, Valpo 2, bottom of 6. Indiana handling Bellarmine, 13-0, top of 5. Penn State Pitt 2-all.
That's a good game, Penn State and Pitt.
Should be, yeah. Pittsburgh 14-9.
Whitlock ready to pitch to Contreras. He swings at the first pitch. Mitchell dives in the hole at short, but can't get the ball out of his glove. And so Contreras gets to first base on an infield single. Great effort from Gable to get there, but could not make the throw.
Just couldn't quite get the transition. Had to spin, try to get feet set. Just couldn't corral everything and make the throw to first.
That brings up Josh Outlaw. Left-handed hitter. Short lead at first base. Whitlock deals a swing and a miss. Outlaw playing in his 14th game, making his 11th start.
Really thought we might see him lay down a bunt, but he took a full hack at that one.
11 hits and 35 at-bats. Here's the 0-1 from Whitlock. Ground ball right side. Wolf charges it, but it's dead ball and a foul off of Outlaw's foot. So play is called dead. And Jack in the driver's seat, 0-2.
What Jack tries to do here, if he goes full frisbee or tries to sneak a fastball past him.
We've seen one of each. See what Jack goes with to try to get Outlaw. Nobody out, and a runner at first for Illinois State in the second. They lead at 1-0. Whitlock, the right-hander, comes set, and the pitch is in the dirt. Good block by Moore behind the plate. Contreras, the runner at first. He's the catcher, not a big running threat. Next pitch is hit on the ground. Wolf picks it up, throws to second for one, back to first base, and got him! How about that double play?
Boy, that is outstanding. 3-6-3. That is not an easy one to do, but Wolf made a great throw and then sprinted back to the bag and found it and was able to make a good stretch there to just barely beat Outlaw.
Great communication there by Wolf, too, as Whitlock was doing a good job to come over to get to first base, but Caleb told him, no, I got it. I'll get back. I got it. And he did, and Mitchell delivered a strike back to Caleb. That's a big-time double play. Great execution.
Now finish it. finish the inning.
Stolga, the 9-hitter, swings at the first pitch, drives it to left. Will it stay fair? It will, and that is a home run. Solo blast from Stolga, and it's 2-0 Redbirds.
As 103 off the bat, goes 429. That was an ambushed fastball that Jack left right in the middle of the plate. We've just talked about how Hawkeye hitters have missed balls in the middle of the plate. Stolga, the 9-hitter, hitting 236 with 21 strikeouts, did not miss the ambush.
Well, couldn't have been more right down the middle, unfortunately. And Stolga was ready for it. 2-0 Illinois State. Back to the top of the order for Kyle Gibson. First pitch is low and in. That's a ball. Gibson doubled in the bottom of the first. He would later score.
Yeah, stuck his bat out and poked it to left.
Whitlock's 1-0. Low. Ball 2. Illinois State's been aggressive in early counts.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on the I see it on the scouting report, too, that's kind of the MO, so you've got to be ready for that.
Whitlock's missed on 3 in a row now. You could really see Iowa get back on track with their pitching if Whitlock can get through this inning without the Hawks having to go to another arm. Hoping he can sort it out now. 3 balls, no strikes. The pitch from Jack. That's a called strike.
Yeah, no sooner had I said finish the inning than Stolga hit it over the left field wall.
And you feel like on the heels of a big momentum play like the 3-6-3 double play, the Hawks might have been able to get out of it. Here's the 3-1 that's fouled off. It ricochets off of Reese. I think it caught him right below the chest protector, above the belt. So I think we're all right. Reese is going to take a minute.
Home plate umpires know what it's like. They take a little walk, help out there. Slow walk back to the plate after handing the ball to Whitlock. Asking Jack how his dog was back at home.
Reese looks all right. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Jack has battled back to run the count full. Here he comes with the 3-2. Ground ball up the middle. Swales tracks it down. Backhand pick off the turf. Quick throw to first base in time to get Gibson. Illinois State adds another on a solo home run. It's 2-0 Redbirds. We're back for the third after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles, so when you fill it up, pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers.
All right, top of the third inning. Iowa trails Illinois State 2-0, and the Hawkeyes will get a second look at Carter Monk, who through 2 innings has allowed 2 hits. No walks, no strikeouts for Monk, who enters the game with a 1-4 record. Not a big walk or strikeout guy through 23 innings.
Yeah, it's funny. That's kind of the way he operates. He lets the other team put it in play, and so it's a matter of how well do you make contact.
And a time through the order, Iowa has not gotten the barrel on many pitches from Monk. Here's Wilmus again. Ben takes a strike to get his at-bat started. 3 infield pop-ups for Iowa the first time through the order. A couple of ground outs and a fly out. 2 hits, one from Gable Mitchell, the other from Caleb Wolf. Let's see if the Hawks can string a few more together, trailing 2-0 now in the third. The 0-1 to Wilmus, downstairs, backhand stab by Contreras behind the plate.
I was just trying to glance through, see how many times Iowa's come back. It feels like Iowa's been a good jump on you team. It hasn't necessarily been able to find ways back.
1-1 is outside. 2 balls and a strike. Wilmus batting .322 for the Hawks. More walks than strikeouts for Ben. The 2-1, that's high at the letters. 3 balls and 1 strike.
I guess the most notable one was Rutgers. After Rutgers had retaken the 6-4 lead in the 4th inning, Iowa found a way to come back and win the series there.
3-1 to Wilmus. Ben rips it down the left field line, but it's hooking foul, and the count will be full.
And then to your point, the stat that you spit out earlier, Iowa just hasn't given up enough runs to fall behind here in the last 6 games. So looks like there's 2 comebacks. Iowa obviously need to make another one here to make that bus ride home a little more enjoyable.
Full count to Wilmus, trying to get things started in the third. Here's the pitch, popped up right side again. This time on foul ground. Morris is there, and the first baseman makes the catch in foul ground.
I think he's proven he can catch a pop-up, so we should hit it somewhere else.
It's like practice for him over there. Hawks are just not driving the ball yet.
That's a really good 3-2 pitch there from Monk, though. A breaking ball down and away. Wilmus just tried to fight it off, and unfortunately for him, popped it instead of just kind of grounding it that direction.
Gable Mitchell up now for Iowa. First pitch to him, waved at and missed. Chased a changeup. Good pitch from Monk, and Gable was in front of it.
Yeah, Monk didn't throw many changeups the first time through the order, so he went to it there, and it was a beauty.
0-1 is the count on Mitchell. Here's the pitch. That's high. Ooh, called a strike. Above the letters, Gable does not like it.
Oh, you were right. It was high.
0-2 now on Gable. Monk's next pitch. Ripped foul. Over to the left. We'll do it again at 0-2. Needs something for the Hawks to get a little energy. It feels a little flat.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to make your own, and that's, we struggled through this last midweek too, so somewhere in there you just got to do it yourself.
0-2 to Mitchell is lined into right center field. That's down. For a base hit, Mitchell's around first. He's headed for second. He's got to hustle. Here comes the throw. He beats it safely. It's cut off, and Mitchell with a 1-out double has the Hawks in business in the third, his second hit of the day.
And there, Iowa finally did damage on a changeup that got left up in the zone. Mitchell saw it the whole way and drove it. Again, if we're at home, that ball skips to the wall. Here, the ball just kind of boop.
It's like a bocce ball in the sand out there in the outfield.
I was surprised at how wet it was walking around out there, but
here comes Reese Moore. He grounded out his first time up. He swings at the first pitch, drives it into center, but right to the center fielder who makes the catch. Mitchell's trying to tag from second to third, and he will do so. Heads up play by Mitchell. He gets to third on the sharp line out from Reese.
Yeah, that was a 101 off the bat. So again, much better from the Hawkeye hitters the last 2. Unfortunately for Reese, he hit it to the biggest part of the park, and without much elevation, not going to fly it over the center fielder's head. There's a little breeze blowing out, but
so far much better. Second time through the order for Iowa. Starting to tag the pitches from Monk. Risley batting for Iowa now with 2 outs and a runner at third. Hawks have had a couple runners in scoring position this afternoon, but nothing to show for it yet. Iowa trailing 2-0 in the third. Monk from the stretch with Mitchell at third base. The 1-0 pitch to Risley. Miles hits it right to third. It's gloved on one hop by Gibson, and he throws out Risley. Hey, look what I found.
Wow.
Another runner in scoring position is left stranded for the Hawks. We'll go to the bottom of the third after this. 2-0 Illinois State. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brownier Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brownier Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Illinois State leads Iowa 2-0 in the bottom of the third. New Hawkeye pitcher into the game. We'll introduce him in a moment. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Iowa brings in Chaz Wheatley, the right-handed senior from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Wheatley into the game for the Hawkeyes in the third.
Chaz has 8 appearances on the year. He's 1-0 with a 1.50 ERA. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. It was earned, 5 walks, 9 strikeouts. Hit a couple batters. Usually tell how Chaz's outing is going to go right away.
Yep. He'll face 2, 3, and 4 for Illinois State. In his inning, a run in the first, a run in the second for the Redbirds. Let's put up a 0. Let's keep it at 2-0.
Yeah, there's a trend we need to stop there.
Iowa's bats may be waking up a bit there in the top half of the inning. Robinson batting, Wheatley pitching. Chaz's first pitch is swung on and missed. Got him with the sinker that just rolled right off the table. Robinson swinging over the top of it. A little bit of a shift onto the pull side against the right-handed hitter. Wheatley's 0-1. Downstairs, 1-1. Four hits for Illinois State, 3 for Iowa. The 1-1 from Chaz. Up and in. 2 balls and a strike. Robinson walked his first time up.
Just his 7th walk of the season. Get in the strike zone. Guy wants to swing the bat.
22 hits and 82 at-bats, 19 strikeouts. Next one from Chaz. Swung on and missed. Maybe got a piece of it and knocked it foul, and Moore was able to block it. I think Reese caught that, didn't he?
Oh, Reese blocked it, all right.
That one hurt him.
Just not in a good way.
Wheatley's even the count now at 2-2 to start the bottom of the third. Big Maple comes set. Kicks and fires. Low, ball 3. Trying to get him to chase that sinker. Couldn't get him to bite. Now the count's full.
He swung at that pitch, the last one. Chaz tried to lower it a little bit. Robinson held off.
Full count pitch. Lined into left center. This is trouble. It is down and off the wall. Robinson's at second base with a leadoff double for the Redbirds.
That's a 107 off the bat. Another fastball just left right in the middle of the plate. A little bit in. And that is Robinson's kill zone.
Illinois State has had the leadoff man on in each inning so far. So the Hawks have been dealing with traffic.
That sounds good.
Yeah. They've been relatively efficient at that. Once that happens, scoring in the first 2 innings today. And here's Pasella, a big power hitter for the Redbirds. Wheatley's going to have to be sharp against him. First pitch from Chaz. Lined right side. Swales caught it on the shift. He makes the grab for the first out. And that's when the shift works, because if Ben is not there, that's a base hit to right.
That is 103 off the bat as well, though. So, and that was actually a better pitch. The sinker down low and in. Nice left-handed swing, though. Went down and kind of drop hooked it out there, but Swales was positioned perfectly. Thank you, Coach Mitch Bowe.
Well done, Coach. Brings up Judah Morris. Flied out to right in the first inning. He comes up with a runner at second, 1 out. Righty on righty matchup. Chaz's pitch is across for a strike. Good looking breaking ball from Chaz.
Yeah, had Morris flinching away from it. Snapped it right in.
Probably like to see that breaking ball work lower in the zone against a power hitter like Morris.
Yeah, now that you've shown it to him, I wouldn't put it in the same spot.
Wheatley's 0-1. Outer third called a strike. He kept it high. 0-2.
I don't think I'd throw that breaking ball on that level a third time.
Sinker, please.
Yeah, I'm not against breaking it off there and throwing it lower. I just wouldn't throw it on that level again.
Wheatley set with the 0-2. Big pitch coming from Chaz. Here it is. Too high. With the off speed. 1-2.
That almost looked like the changeup. Something a little different.
Still haven't seen the sinker from Chaz against Morris. Wheatley's 1-2. Low, 2-2.
Saw it there, but well enough off the plate that Morris wasn't going to go fishing there. I think now that you've got it back to 2-2, you're probably going to see the spin again.
Morris waving the bat above his right shoulder. Here comes the 2-2. Fouled back. You were right, John. Went to the spin. Morris was reaching for it, and he stays alive.
Bat looks like a toothpick in his hands, doesn't it, when he gets whipping that above his head like that?
Really does. Big power hitter for Illinois State. 9 home runs, 7 doubles. 2-2 from Wheatley. Low, ball 3. Just not going after the low sinker from Chaz.
No, that's a good pitch. But again, you've just got to get it around the zone. The problem is last time Chaz did this to Robinson, then the fastball was right in the middle, and Robinson made no mistake.
Full count pitch to Morris. Here it comes. That's hit in the air foul over to the right. We'll do it again.
Chaz went off speed. Got it to a decent enough location. Down, but not as away as he probably wanted. Left it more outer half of the plate. Didn't get it to the edge.
Wheatley checks the runner at second. Here comes the 3-2. Called third strike. He got him with the spinner on the inside corner. Big strikeout for Chaz.
Well, that's a big pitch there to come back on the inside part of the plate with the spin.
Takes a lot of courage from Wheatley to throw that.
Absolutely, and to make sure you hit your location. Big spot.
Now we'll pitch to Bakes, who's the DH, and he jumped on that first pitch back in the first inning against Archer. 2 outs. First pitch from Wheatley. Low and in, ball 1. 2-0 Illinois State in the bottom of the third. They have a runner in scoring position out at second base. That's Robinson. He's got good speed. Chaz is 1-0. Couldn't catch the outside corner. 2 balls and no strikes.
And both teams have been good at putting runners on base. Neither's done a very good job after they've got them on base.
2-0. That dropped in for a strike, 2-1. Like that streak to continue through this half inning, and then maybe we can change it with Rogers, Wolf, and Wood coming up in the fourth. 2 balls and a strike. Wheatley looking to get back into this count. Chaz's next pitch Outside, ball 3.
Just not able to finish innings off here so far.
Wheatley's missed outside to Bakes, the left-handed hitter. The 3-1. Line drive, base hit into center. Risley picks it up, but Robinson scores with ease. A 2-out single for Bakes, and it's 3-0.
Well, one, it's the problem with you can't get behind in the count. You let the pitcher or you let the hitter then hunt fastballs, and then when you throw the fastball, you can't leave it in the middle of the plate. And Chaz left that ball, thigh high right in the middle of the plate. And another 2-out hit.
All 3 runs for Illinois State have come with 2 outs.
That's 3 2-out RBIs, and Bakes has both hits with runners in scoring position in the game.
Brings up Mastros. Wheatley's first pitch sailed inside, almost hit him, ball 1. 3-0 Illinois State in the third. Iowa just cannot have a clean inning.
But again, it started with a double from Robinson, but it was because Chaz was behind in the count.
Wheatley's 1-0. Evens the count at 1. Goes with the spin.
When we were on the road that first month, one of the things we heard in a lot of those scouting reports were, the race to 2 strikes. Iowa's not doing a very good job of that right now, and really weren't necessarily great on it this weekend either.
1-1 is lined foul into right. Fortunate there.
Funny, Iowa's still throwing about 60% strikes. It just feels like they're doing it, kind of chasing it a little bit instead of getting ahead and dominating from the beginning. Now Chaz has got a chance here, 1-2, to make a good out pitch and get Iowa back in the dugout.
Chaz comes set with the 1-2. And he delivers. Called third strike. Strike 3. Got him with the slider high. And Mastros is down on strikes. Another run across for Illinois State. 3-0 Redbirds. We're back for the 4th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What a season! Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans made that farmer very happy. And his team is running out with buckets. Let's cut to Chris in the field.
Those buckets are filled with Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, and they're getting poured.
The fastest growing trait technology all over his head. He's a good sport. He got great yields.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Top of the 4th inning here in Normal. Iowa looking for their first run, trail the Redbirds 3-0. Daniel Rogers will try to get the Hawkeye inning started. Iowa's been able to create traffic. Hasn't necessarily come from the leadoff guy, but they've been able to get it going as the inning's gone along. But 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position has not helped the cause any.
I think we need to try to get this pitcher out of the game. Let's put up a big inning and really put the pressure on Illinois State. As Rogers swings at the first pitch and skies it to left. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Was that what you had in mind there?
Not quite.
Not quite. Again, Monk 68% strikes before that one. So he'll raise that up just a touch. Again, Iowa just not really hitting the ball hard. That was launched straight up at 82-mile-an-hour exit velo.
(3-0) Illinois State. Almost feels like more than that. Here's Caleb Wolf. He takes a first pitch strike, fastball.
Well, if Iowa doesn't put any pressure on Monk, that 3 hill is going to be huge.
Wolf singled. He has one of Iowa's 3 hits today. Fastball called a strike.
Jeez.
Off the plate, outside, called a strike, and with a significant delay. I thought we were going to catch a break there. 0-2.
First pitch was high-ish, and then that one's outside.
Now Wolf in a big hole. The 0-2. Ground ball to third. Softly hit. Gibson picks it up and throws out Wolf. 2 down.
You pretty much have to swing at a pitch that's out of the strike zone there because you're just not sure what's going to get called.
And that was right around, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably a ball or 2 off the plate, but again, based on what you just seen, even though it's a spinner or a change, you're going to have to swing at it because you're 0-2 and you don't want to carry your own bat back to the dugout.
Brings up Mitch Wood with 2 outs. He popped out to first in the second inning. Takes an off speed right down the middle. 0-1. A 1 to Mitch. Fly ball foul. Out of play over to the right.
See, I think you got to be, man, that's just a miss. You take the get me over spin, so you're behind 0-1, and you're just not ready for a fastball that's right in the middle of the plate. That's a damage ball.
0-2, the spins outside.
You know, we saw that ball land on the track or whatever that facility is, over tennis courts over there with Stulga.
Mitch can do that. 1-2. High and in, 2-2. Feels a lot like last Tuesday's game against UIC. It's kind of a struggle offensively.
Yeah, probably feels a lot like the last time you were here.
Very much so. 2-2, swung on and missed. And Monk loves it. He pounds his hand into his mitt, fired up as he sets Iowa down in order in the 4th. 3-0 Illinois State. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Y.A. Black, defensive line, Iowa. On the field, I take on double teams, stop the run, and sack the quarterback.
Sullivan now runs for his life, and he's obliterated by Y.A. Black. Here's the snap, the spot.
Yes,
and it's blocked it. Kick is back to the line of scrimmage.
Don't touch the ball.
Hawks get it back. Y.A. Black, that man, what a momentum shift there.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
The Hawkeyes bring in a new arm on the mound, and they'll go to Anthony Watts, the junior right-hander from Clive, trying to put up a 0 against the Redbirds.
2-2 on the season with a 5.40 ERA in his 8 appearances, 16 2/3 innings, 15 hits, 10 runs have all been earned. 6 walks, 17 strikeouts. He has hit 4 batters. Tony's problem hasn't necessarily been walking or free bases. It's just been location of his strikes sometimes. We talked about that a little bit with Ben Dete, too. Missing in the middle of the plate. And obviously we've talked about that a lot already here in this game of when Monk misses in the middle of the plate, Iowa hasn't hurt him. And when Iowa pitching is missed in the middle of the plate, Redbird hitters have made Iowa pay for that.
And so Iowa turns to Watts, who will face 7, 8, and 9 in the Redbird order. Right-hander, left-hander, right-hander. And hopefully Watts can put up a 0. I think that might hopefully provide a spark to this Iowa team. Maybe the Hawks need to do some jumping jacks or something after getting off the bus after a 3-hour bus ride over here. Something to wake up a little bit. Seems a little flat to me.
Well, that's it's a cold day. You came off a big weekend series where you kind of played some cold, difficult days there, and yeah, it's why Iowa can't get anybody to drive on a bus trip to Iowa City too.
Mm-hmm.
Is this 3-hour bus ride is not a ton of fun. The 2-hour to Peoria won't be a lot of fun. The 4 hours to Milwaukee will not be fun at all.
Guarantee that one.
And so that's the challenge. But you still have to play the game and you have to show up and get it done. So that's a great excuse. But
see if Iowa can come back, trailing 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Watts' first pitch to Contreras is out of the zone high.
Slightly upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Watts operating solely out of the stretch this season. From the belt, the 1-0. Inside, ball 2.
Contreras has got that catcher look to him, too. He's got about 3 buttons of his shirt undone.
That's right. Yeah, he sure does. Pretty good hitter, batting .313 for Illinois State this season. Watts is 2-0, outside 3-0.
When you run the midweek style the way Iowa does, you take a chance that all 9 guys are going to be on. So far, Iowa struggled to find the first guy that's on, and that really happened last week, too. Iowa pitched around it, ball 4.
4 innings in a row, John. The leadoff man has been on for Illinois State. Immediate pressure.
And that one was just too easy. Nothing good there. But, yeah, Iowa last week, I think it was Brant Hogue finally had a clean inning late, and then Ben DeTay came in and kind of shut it down at the end. But the midweek pitching has just created traffic. It hasn't been able to really settle in.
Here's Outlaw. He bounced into the 3-6-3 double play his last time up. Watts fires a strike. Six hits for Illinois State. 3 runs across for the Redbirds. No runs on 3 hits for Iowa. Short lead at first. You don't expect Contreras to be going anywhere. The 0-1 to Outlaws. Outside. 1-1. See if we can get Outlaw to hit another ground ball to an Iowa infielder. The 1-1. Low. 2-1. Tony's got to throw him a strike first. It's around 7 pitches, 1 strike.
Yeah, threw a good off-speed pitch to start the at-bat, but then it's just sprayed it around a little bit here after.
The 2-1 pitch. That caught the edge, 2-2.
Ooh.
Strike called. We'll take it.
Friendly high part of the zone. It did catch the edge of the top edge. Seen that called more this year than we have. So
right. And now just not right down the middle here. Iowa's been in trouble today with 2 strikes, throwing too good of pitches. Watts' 2-2 sailed outside. 3-2. And Outlaw thinks he walked, so he's going to have to go pick up his bat and getting urged from his dugout to hustle back to the box, get that clock started. It was probably pretty close. Never got started here on the scoreboard in right field. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Watts ready to pitch to Outlaw. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Tony got him.
Now he can just carry everything back to the dugout. But I'm actually glad they don't. I mean, it's an honest mistake there. He just thought it was ball 4. So to start a clock, to make him rush back in or whatever, that's not the purpose of the rule.
That happened here too, didn't it?
100%. That's
2 years
what Kyle
ago.
Huckstorf, when Huck tossed his bat when he thought he was, well, He thought he walked because he thought it was ball 4. And that just unfortunately made the home plate umpire angry, and they did start the clock, and then he got strike 3 called on him before he got back in.
Bottom of the order was Stolga, but got to watch out here. He hit a bomb earlier today. First pitch is low, but he could not hold up. Too good to resist, and checking his swing and called a strike. Stolga down on the count, 0-1.
Okay, so that's not the point of the rule. The point of the rule is to stop the guys from getting out of the box, messing around with their gloves.
Yeah. I'm glad there's some discretion, I guess, there from the umpire.
Yeah. 2 hours worth of signs or whatever it is.
Yes. Counts 1-1. Still that short lead at first, so Watts can stay dialed in on Stolga, and just as I say that, he throws it over to first base. Contreras got back without a dive.
Because it was a short lead. You were right about that part. You had described it perfectly.
Iowa shifted over to the left against Stolga, and he swings and misses at a pitch from Watts that low outside edge, fringe pitch from Tony. Anthony's trying to settle in here.
Well, Stolga's pretty much tried to swing at all 3 of those balls that are low and outside, so not sure Tony needs to come anywhere near the middle of the plate.
1-2 from Watts is hit off the end of the bat, and a spinner is sent into right field. Swales goes to track it down in shallow right. That's the stuff right there that you just can't make up.
Well, but that's...
Man.
And again, that's the problem. Tony missed low, but he missed right in the middle of the plate. And so it's knee high, but he cue balls it out 56 miles an hour, and it's such a weirdly hit ball that Swales can come all the way over to the shift and get it. But just not making that finishing pitch, and that'll do it for Tony's day.
Top of the order, Kyle Gibson will be up for Illinois State. He'll face a new Iowa pitcher. First and second with 1 out for Illinois State in the bottom of the 4th. They lead it 3-0. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Today's probably an appropriate day for this read. Join the swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Brant Hogue, the redshirt senior. He's a left-hander from Sioux City.
0-1 on the season with a 2 ERA in his 8 appearances. He's thrown 9 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. 2 of those were earned, 3 walks, 14 strikeouts. He has hit 4 batters. And Iowa's going to need him to get through the top of the order, as we just have 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Iowa pitching, the second-best pitching staff in the Big Ten, still hunting for their first 0.
I'm not sure what's been more surprising to start this game. The fact that Iowa has not been able to hold Illinois State off the scoreboard, or that the Hawkeyes are still offensively not on the scoreboard. I'm not sure which one is surprising me more to get us started here today.
Yeah, Monk and his 7.71 ERA has done a very nice job of limiting solid contact. Iowa pitching actually had a couple balls that have been hit really hard. The home run, obviously, but the kicker is Iowa's had a chance to make out pitches and get out of the inning and haven't been able to do that. I think that's the hardest part of it, and you hit it on the head. they've created the problem, too, by allowing all 4 leadoff hitters to get on base, so you're instantly behind the 8 ball chasing it.
Innings have been bookended by pressure from Illinois State. Leadoff man getting on, and then all their damage has been done with 2 outs, but now they're threatening with just 1 out. Runners at first and second. Here's Gibson. First pitch from Hogue is a called strike.
Ooh.
Swept across the zone, I suppose. Hogue, the left-hander.
Go with that.
Gibson's put it in play twice. A double and a ground out. The 0-1. Sailed outside away from the left-handed hitter.
Yeah, he's kind of an action guy. Just 8 walks, 12 strikeouts, so it doesn't really do either. Tries to get going early in counts.
Hogue missed upstairs, 2-1.
Gonna force me to go buy a hot dog or something to just break this mojo.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. We need to change seats, John. Something. 2-1. Hogue missed outside. Ball 3. Brandt's pitches that have been called balls haven't been particularly close. Ground ball could get Iowa out of this inning. Hogue looking to deal a strike. Here comes the 3-1. Outside, ball 4.
I turned up the heat. See if that would help in here. The heater was right behind you there. So
oh, good.
We'll see. Our guy liked an ice box in here, so we had to fix that problem.
And now the base is loaded for Illinois State and 1 out. And it's Shy Robinson who cranked a double into left center field.
He smashed that ball back in the 3rd inning.
First one from Hogue is high and out. Brandt cannot find it right now. He's got to get into the zone here. No place to put him. I think we might have a change. Nope, we'll just have a chat. Here comes pitching coach Sean Kenny to talk with Brandt Hogue and the Iowa infielders. Just something about this place over here, playing at Illinois State. The Hawkeyes last here in 2023, March 28th, Iowa's regional team got beat by Illinois State 5-3. The Hawkeyes were 19-3 coming into the game, and they only had 5 hits against the Redbirds in that loss. Illinois State scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Iowa could not rally in the top of the 9th. So the team of guys like Kyle Huckstorf, Michael Seegers, Keaton Anthony, Raider Tello, Sam Peterson, Big Brennan DeRiggi came over here, and last time we were here got beat by Illinois State. It's just a really tough place to play for whatever reason. And Iowa down 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th right now. Bases loaded for Illinois State and 1 out. Hogue's 1-0 pitch. Caught the outer edge. It's 1-1. Robinson, the right-handed hitter for the Redbirds. Walked and doubled today. Wolf at first base is in on the turf grass. Everybody else playing normal positions on the infield. Hogue missed below the knees, 2-1. The dangerous Pasella is on deck. He's a left-handed hitter. Right now, Hogue focusing on Robinson. The pitch gets by Moore. He can't find it. It ricochets off the brick, and a run comes down the line to score. 4-0 Illinois State on the mix-up between Hogue and Moore. Frustrating game so far for the Hawks. Runners at second and third now and 1 out. Hogue's pitch is swung on and missed. 3-2.
I tried to do my part for you by stepping away, but it clearly didn't help.
Nope. Pass ball. Brought home another Illinois State run. They lead it 4-0 in the 4th. 3-2 from Hogue. Way outside and low. Bases loaded again.
It's starting to feel like UIC a couple years ago.
It is. It's one of those not so good midweek feels. It's just frustrating. Bases loaded for Pasella. 4-0 Redbirds. Hogue's first pitch, outside. Looks like Sam Hart's getting loose in the Iowa bullpen. Hogue's 1-0, outside again. It just doesn't look like Brant has it today. He hasn't been around the strike zone nearly enough. Illinois State's shouldering their bats. 3 walks in the inning. Hogue's 2-0. High and out, ball 3.
I would guess this will mark the end of Brant unless he finds a way to battle back here against Pasella.
3-0. There it is, strike 1, 3-1.
I mean, funny enough, for as bad as it feels, you're a ground ball at Swales away from ending this inning. Just feels like that's a long ways away.
And the way this game has gone, I don't think we could catch a break like that. Breaking ball in there for a strike, 3-2. Fortune has not been on Iowa's side today in the couple of occasions. You know, the little cue ball single, just minor details throughout this game. Hogue's 3-2. He had a chance to get him, and then he overthrew it and whipped it outside, walking in a run. It's 5-0. I just got to think a change is coming here. See if Coach Heller emerges from the dugout.
Even more slow walking to the plate. I don't think he expects to. He's looking in the Iowa dugout as well. I don't think he expects to bat right now. He was showing no sign of getting ready to bat.
Iowa's got a new pitcher coming into the game. He's already on the field of play out there in left. That'll do it for Hogue. Iowa in deep trouble now in the 4th. 5-0 Illinois State. The bases loaded for the Redbirds and 1 out. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Hey Hawkeye fans, today we're talking about a little different black and gold than what you might think. Get your all-new Pac-Man scratch ticket today from the Iowa Lottery. It's available at your favorite Iowa Lottery retailer, and that's not all. With the Pac-Man Second Chance promotion, you could be waka waka winning $15,000 or even $25,000 plus your very own Pac-Man arcade. Enter today and find details at ialottery.com.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is the right-handed senior from Highland Ranch, Colorado. This is Sam Hart.
7 appearances on the year for Sam. He has a 2.45 ERA, 7 1/3 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs have both been earned, 4 walks, 12 strikeouts. He's hit a couple guys, and they're going to need the Sam Hart ground ball to shortstop from Judah Morris.
Bases are loaded for the Redbirds and 1 out. They've broken their trend. They haven't scored 1 run in the 4th, but they have scored 2, so that's worse. And now it's 5-0. Yeah.
I love how you explained that, too. That's worse.
It is worse, in case anybody was curious.
Just hasn't been haven't been sharp. Iowa pitching 52% strikes right now. And that's taken quite a dip this inning, as it was closer to 60 when the inning started. you're looking back at the history to find out if we're ever going to come back to Illinois State again after this little adventure.
We just haven't won here very much. Iowa played here in 2023 and lost, 2009 and lost. Last win for Iowa at Illinois State was 2007. They haven't played a ton over here, but every time it's been an adventure. Hart deals a breaking ball outside to Judah Morris. Bases loaded for the Redbirds. 1-0 pitch from Hart. Low and out. Ball 2.
I didn't look closely. Is that a dirt mound or is that a turf mound?
Looks like dirt to me, John. 2-0. There it is. Fastball threw it by him. Good pitch from Hart. Two balls and a strike with just one out in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch from Hart. Slapped foul over to the right. Tried to get the fastball by him. Morris just a bit late. Couldn't barrel it up. It's 2-2. Hart's ready with the next pitch. Here it comes. Hit well to left center field. Risley coming forward. Risley still running. He slides. He can't make the play. 1 run is in, and Illinois State goes station to station. It is 6-0 on the single to center.
Boy, another just a weird little off the end of the bat off a giant swing. So Risley doesn't get a great jump on it because, again, your inclination is to see the big cleanup hitter take a big swing at it and think it's coming off hard, and instead it just floats.
We
having fun yet?
Bases still loaded for Illinois State. And Bakes is up for the Redbirds.
And he's been general menace number 1.
Yep, 2 singles today with a couple of runs batted in. Hart missed upstairs, 2-0. Guess gonna have to try to make this a shootout. 2-0 is over for a strike, 2-1, but Iowa's offense hasn't shown a ton yet either. Just 3 hits through 4 innings, but down 6-0 to Illinois State in the 4th. The 2-1 is hit on the ground right side. Wolf waits for it. He'll take it to the bag for out number 2, but another run comes home to score for Illinois State. It's 7-0.
The ball just wasn't hit hard enough for Wolf to do anything with it. He could have maybe taken a chance, but man, at this point, you just got to get an out. You know, you can try to make a hero play, but that's just, you risk compounding everything more.
2nd and 3rd for Mastros, who's 0 for 2 today. Hart's first pitch sailed out. Couldn't get him to bite on the slider.
I don't know exactly where that sun is, but it can't be easy for fielders to see the ball right now.
Couldn't hold up that time. It's 1-1. Good pitch from Hart. The pitcher's mound, third base, first base are in the shade. Man, second and short, still in the sun, and then streams of sunlight hitting through the outfield. Hart got Mastros to jump at the slider, but he didn't swing at it.
And that's the other part for Riz, to see that ball from center field. You know, it's coming out of a shadow. It's hard to get a good jump on it.
Good pitch from Hart, swing and a miss by Mastros. You probably expect Coach Sutherland to talk with the team outside of the dugout.
I would guess there'll be a very one-sided conversation outside of the dugout.
Hart's 2-2 inside. Hawks have a lot of momentum, a 6-game winning streak, and this is the first game of a road trip, and trying to find some energy here today. The 3-2 Low, ball 4.
This is exactly the scenario you and I talked about coming over here, though.
It is.
I mean, you built up a ton of momentum on your homestand. You feel pretty good, and you kick off your road trip. You had to be ready to play. And to steal the hockey term, Iowa wasn't ready to start when the puck dropped to start the first period. Now they're still game, and you gotta start skating here soon.
Yep. 5 walks in the inning. Iowa pitcher's not able to throw strikes. Here is Contreras. As the Redbirds have batted around, there's strike 1. 2 outs in the inning, a Redbird on every base.
And I know social media will have a heyday with that, but that just has not been the case this year. This is the outlier.
It is. It's the UIC so far from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but that year's team had that. They had that in them. This year's team hasn't shown we don't throw strikes or we give up a lot of runs. It's not been the case. Boy, Sam just misses. That ball's just not even competitive right now with the off-speed pitch.
I really don't know what the Hawks would do. Definitely behind in the pitching schedule. 2-1 from Hart is lined past a diving Wood at third. Into the corner. 2 runs are in. They're going to try to wave a third. They'll put the stop sign on him. He runs through it. There's a play at the plate. The throw is high. And all 3 runs score for Illinois State. It's 10-0.
And Mastros just took an unnecessary shot at Reese Moore there as he crossed the plate. Dropped a shoulder into him.
Well, before Iowa could get on the board, Illinois State has exploded for 7 runs in the 4th. And we'll have another pitching change. Coach Heller with another walk out to the mound in the 4th. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this. It's 10-0 Redbirds. We're back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll's conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Ben Dete, the left-handed redshirt senior from Clive. He enters in the 4th with Iowa trailing 10-0.
0-2 on the year with a 5.40 ERA in his 8 appearances. He does have 2 saves, 11 2/3 innings, giving up 13 hits, 7 runs have all been earned. 6 walks, 18 strikeouts for Ben. Is he the 4th pitcher of the inning?
He is.
That seems excessive.
Started with, let's see, the Hawkeyes started this inning. They've missed something in the stats here, it looks like, but they started the inning with Watts and then went Hogue, Hart, and Dete. Have to alert the stat crew here that they've
skipped Anthony.
Missed Watts. Runner at 3rd and 2 outs as Dete faces Outlaw. First pitch strike at the knees. Illinois State with 10 runs on 9 hits. They've drawn 6 walks today. Here's the 0-1 from Dete. Chopped foul in front of the Iowa dugout. No balls and 2 strikes. (0-2) from Dete. Overthrew the fastball, missed upstairs. Hawks will have Strowmire, Swales, and Wilmus up in the top of the 5th. 1-2. Pitch from Ben. Low. 2-2.
Seven runs on 3 hits. Wow.
That's the outlier, John. Yep. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Dete gets the strikeout. Illinois State scores 7 in the 4th inning, and the Redbirds lead it 10-0. We're back for the 5th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Baseball is brought to you by Brownier Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brownier Golf in Coralville.
Iowa trails Illinois State 10-0 as we get to the top of the 5th. Not what anybody had planned for today's game, and I guess Iowa one pitch at a time, one batter at a time. Needs to find a way to scratch away at this.
You probably could have convinced me that Iowa might lose this game. I didn't see this part of it coming.
Yep. A run in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for Illinois State, but the 7 spot in the 4th, that's hard to overcome.
On 3 hits.
Bad taste in the mouth. Here's Strowmire to lead it off. First pitch outside, ball 1.
Monk has to be, I feel like he's pitching a new game here after sitting there through 3 pitching changes.
Kellen takes a strike, 1-1. (1-1) to Strowmire. He shows the bunt, pulled it back, and it's a called strike. 1-2.
He wasn't wrong. Breaking ball outside. Somehow backdoor breaking ball catches the edge, I guess.
1-2's in the dirt. Two and two now on Strowmire, trying to get Iowa started on the right foot in the 5th. Monk's pitch. Line foul, straight back into the netting. No return trip to Iowa City for Illinois State this year. Oh, I take that back. April 29th, Illinois State will come to Iowa City. Another foul ball from Strowmire. Two balls and 2 strikes on Strowmire, who's fouled off a couple of pitches. As Strowmire hits another one foul. Stay alive at 2-2. He's getting good pitches to hit from Monk. See if Kellen can put it between the white lines somewhere. Kellen flied out to left back in the second inning. Monk's pitch. Another foul ball from Strowmire. Hanging tough.
I think if Monk would bury that breaking ball, Stroh might swing right over the top of it, but he's kept it up where Stroh can see them all.
3 or 4 in a row, right?
Yeah.
Those fastballs that have been high. 2-2. That's too far high. Upstairs, full count.
He took the opposite approach. He decided to see if he went higher, if Stroh would chase it. Didn't.
Full count pitch. We'll see what he has now for Strowmire. Here it comes. High fly ball to left. Pasella is there, and he caught it 1 away.
Just kind of kept that out and away and was still up. Likes to live at the top of the zone, I guess, but where Stroh had been fortunate enough to foul most of those off, that one he, again, hits forward. Just a lazy fly ball to left.
9-hitter Ben Swales is up. He popped up to third. Swings over the top of a breaking ball to start this at bat. A 1 to Ben. Strike at the knees.
But you swing at the breaking ball that's right at below the knees, and then you take the fastball out over the plate. That's
the day it's been,
in a nutshell right there.
0-2. Low and out. Ben got the hips going, but kept the hands back.
Swinging at the wrong pitches and then not doing damage when you get the pitch you're swinging at.
Swales hits the 1-2 up the middle, through into center field. A 1-out single for Swales. And the Hawkeyes have a base runner in the 5th.
Good job there. Got the fastball up, did damage with that one. Hit it hard. Basically right into the ground, but was still, at least it found a good hole and moved it forward.
Top of the order with Ben Wilmus coming up. Iowa trails 10-0 in the 5th. First pitch to Wilmus. Strike 1. Seen Iowa taking a lot of first pitch strikes today.
Well, Ben's been a little off with Monk. He just hit the ground ball to third and then popped up to first.
Counts 0-1 on Wilmus. Monk with a long pause. Still waiting. Now delivers. Wilmus flares it into left field right at Pasella. He makes the catch. 2 down. In on the hands. Didn't sound like Ben got much barrel on it.
No, got good pitch. And I think that's what Iowa's been missing, is that fastball's got a little bit of ride to it. And Iowa hitters think they see where it is, and it just has moved off of that a little bit. I mean, maybe these windows are tinted, but it looks incredibly dark here.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, John. The lights are on, but not really taking full effect. As here's a bunt down the third base line. It's a beauty from Gable. And he beats it out. A 2-out bunt from Gable. He's 3 for 3 this afternoon.
Heads up play there. Beat it out. Give yourself a chance. Obviously, nobody's got a 10-run home run in them, so start finding ways, create some traffic. I've seen a couple guys square and then either pulled the bunt back or fouled it off. Gable lays a good one down, gives himself a chance.
Moore comes up with 2 outs. First pitch to Reese. Inside strike call.
Love to see him hit one off the Hawkeye bus just to get going.
That'd be all right. Beyond that right field wall. Show some signs of life here for Iowa, down 10-0. Here's the 0-1 to Reese. Check swing. Did he hold? Oh, my goodness. They send it down on the appeal to the third base umpire who's standing behind the pitcher's mound who informs us that Reese went around. That shouldn't work that way. That doesn't work that way. He's got no angle at that. No better than the home plate umpire who didn't have the confidence to call it. 0-2 to Moore is high and out, ball one. I'm a little fired up.
Well, I mean, it barely looked like Reese moved the bat forward from our angle here. It looked like I could see the end of the bat the whole time, but
1-2 to Moore. Outside 2-2. We've got a 3 umpire crew, not 4. So,
right. So yeah, that's
why.
Part of why he's in a different spot. It's not that he's not where he's supposed to be. It's just
2 balls and 2 strikes for Reese, trying to get Iowa going in the 5th. 2 on and 2 out. Monk's pitch, fouled back.
That's the one right there, though. It's 88 right in the center of the plate, and Reese fouls it back.
Iowa's missed a handful of those types of pitches today.
And that's a pitch that Reese in this run has bounced it off the scoreboard.
We'll do it again at 2-2. Here it comes to Reese. Floated outside, ball 3.
Well, it'll put the runners in motion, give Swales a good chance to score on a single to the outfield.
Full count with Risley on deck. Would like to see Miles get a crack at things in this inning. 3-2. High fly ball to left. Pasella backpedaling. Plenty of room. Makes the catcher the 3rd out. All 3 of Iowa's outs were fly balls to left. And the Hawkeyes with a couple runners on, but a couple runners stranded. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Illinois State leads it 10-0. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brownier Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brownier Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games, plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
Justin Hackett is the new pitcher for Iowa, right-handed junior from Winterset. Iowa trails 10-0 in the 5th.
5 appearances for Hack. 4 innings pitched, no hits, no runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. Been a good. That would be a welcome change at this point.
It would be. 1 run in each of the first 3 innings for Illinois State, and you felt like, okay, you can kind of deal with that if the offense wakes up a bit, but 7 runs for Illinois State in the 4th. And this one feels like it's slipping away from the Hawks as it is 10-0 in the 5th.
The touchdown in the 4th was difficult.
Yes, yep. I guess, I don't want to put you on the spot here, John, but is there anything that we're looking for from Iowa now towards the end of this game? Obviously, you'd like to see fight, and I don't think we're being critical of the lack of effort or the lack of fight, but it has been a flat performance from the Hawks today.
I want to see better at bats for the most part. I mean,
that's a version of fight, I guess you could say. Yeah.
I mean, it's a guy with a 7.71 ERA shut you out through 5 innings, scattered 5 hits. I mean, you haven't even really hit a ball hard. So yeah, that part I think needs to. That part would need to improve here in the back half of the game. Again, whether you come back and win or not, fine. And then the pitching staff needs some zeros, needs some clean innings here. Just
Hackett deals a strike to Stolga. Stolga's 2 for 2 with the home run today.
Tried to hit another one as he swung on a pitch at his chin.
Hackett's 0-1 is spiked in front of the plate. 1-1. We'll be back this weekend at Minnesota. Hawks will have some regrouping to do before that series with the Golden Gophers team that has shown some improvement, and they're playing some pretty good ball right now.
Yeah, ridiculously good RPI here. I'll get it pulled up. For some reason, I can see.
Stolga drives one into left. Gets down for a base hit. Another leadoff base runner for Illinois State. They've accomplished that feat in each of the 5 innings today.
That seems good.
Yep. Scheduled to play 3 games with Minnesota Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But, boy, the weather forecast, especially on Sunday in Minneapolis, just doesn't look good for that to happen. So you're going to need to pay attention to updates on social media and to the schedule page on HawkeyeSports.com for some changes that could be coming regarding that. Nothing official yet. We've heard some rumors, but no use in talking about those until something becomes official.
Yeah, Minnesota 24 in RPI. So
big series then.
Big series for Iowa to get in. They're just 2-4 in conference, but
Kyle Gibson, the batter for Illinois State, top of the order. Stolga, the runner at first base, counts 1-1. Hackett steps off to restart his clock. 10 runs on 10 hits for Illinois State. No runs, 5 hits for the Hawks. 1-1 from Hackett. Swing and a miss. Off speed that rolled off the table, 1-2. Short lead at first base. Hackett's 1-2. Low again, bounce in front of the plate. He's got that over-the-top delivery. Held on to the pitch a little bit too long. You compound that with a breaker.
Yeah, spiked a couple of those trying to snap it into the ground. That's not the goal.
Counts 2-2. Another one that bounced in front of the plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Gibson, who has walked today, and he's in position with a full count. Bottom of the 5th inning, Iowa down 10-0.
Doubt you put Stolga in motion here with a full count, but I mean,
I agree. 3-2, hit in the air to left. Wilmus tracking over just a couple of steps. Ben's got it, 1 away.
Got him to expand the strike zone a little bit up there. First out of the inning.
That brings up Shai Robinson. 1 for 1 today. He's got a double, but 2 walks.
Yeah, had 6 coming into the game.
6 walks?
Yeah.
Yep. Just a little trouble throwing him strikes today for whatever reason. Hackett fires a fastball at eye level. One ball, no strikes. Hackett comes set. The right-hander kicks and fires low. 2 balls, no strikes. Everything's just been out of sorts for Iowa today. The amount of times that the pitch comm has been failing, you know, I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but Reese has been looking over to the dugout a lot. 2-0 from Hackett. Breaking ball, outside corner, strike 1. Fastball low. Reese dropped it. It got by him. And Stolga advances to second. That's just kind of the day it's been for Iowa.
He was trying to frame the low fastball. It was just below the knees. He was trying to just lift it up and give the umpire a strike call, but
3-1 now. Good-looking pitch from Hackett, but just below the zone, and then dropping it didn't help. Justin's 3-1 is low. Ball 4. 3 walks for Robinson today. Can't really make it up.
50% of his season total, or I guess
coming into it. Yes.
Yeah, coming into it.
Mm-hmm. Hate to bring it up. I don't know if the run rule's in effect today. I know Iowa had plans to throw a pitcher every inning, and that would be at least 9. I think the Hawks have thrown pretty close to 9 already.
Sad but true.
Pasella is the batter for Illinois State. Waves and misses at pitch number 1 from Hackett.
Hackett's 8.
Okay. We would need another.
Which would be our one more inning if we play that.
0-1 is ripped foul past Wolf at first. Just been one of those days. I don't know what else to really say. You know how good of a team Iowa has, at least with how they've been playing lately. Nothing in 2 on Pasella as Hackett deals. Boy, he had him fooled that whole at bat, and he strikes out the power lefty from Illinois State. Good job from Justin.
Yeah, Monk is making an argument that he wants to go back to pitching on the weekends for Illinois State.
Iowa's offensive lineup hasn't changed any, and you know, he's done a really nice job against them. That's the part that is, in my opinion, just as puzzling as the pitching today. 2 outs for Judah Morris. First pitch from Hackett is a strike at the knees. Morris singled in a run his last time up in the 4th. First and second and 2 outs. Hackett with a long pause. The 0-1 is low. Reese knocked it down.
Yeah, Hacks missed way too many times like that. He's
not made the adjustment.
No, and you know, again, whether it's a little cold or whatever it is, but just got to find a feel for that.
1-1 from Hackett. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
Really good pitch there as he found the feel there.
We're overdue for a station ID break. We'll get it as soon as we can here. Ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Hopefully Hackett can get the 3rd out right here. Justin's pitch is a called 3rd strike at the knees. Before we send it to break, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Top of the 6th coming up. Iowa trails Illinois State 10-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Top of the 6th inning at Duffy Bass Field in Normal, Illinois. It is all Illinois State right now, 10-0. As Risley will lead things off for the Hawks, followed by Rogers and Wolf. We'll see if the Hawks make any changes here as we get deeper into this game.
Colin Coonrad's on deck, so there's at least one coming.
Yep. He'll bat for Rogers in the DH spot. First pitch to Risley is a strike from Carter Monk. Monk is into the 6th inning for Illinois State. He's allowed 5 hits. 0-1 to Miles in the dirt, 1-1.
That was pitch 85, so he's just kind of fought through it. He had one really quick, clean inning, and otherwise Iowa's had some people floating around and haven't been able to finish.
Risley shows the bunt and hit it foul over the left.
0 for 8 with runners in scoring position, just 2 for 11 with runners on base. So, and you know, where Illinois State's 5 for 5 with the leadoff guy, Iowa's 1 for 5. So.
Risley gets back in the box. He's 0 for 2 today. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch is blooped into center field and down for a base hit. Risley is on to lead off the Hawkeyes 6th.
Again, it's almost like Iowa's hitting that lopsided wiffle ball. You know, that's an 87-mile-an-hour fastball that is right in the middle of the plate, and somehow it still kind of hamstrings Riz. He gets it 66 miles an hour off the bat, but flares it over Robinson's head. So it works out right, but that's a pitch you really want to do something with.
Drive it. Coonrod batting for Iowa. He'll enter as the DH, you would think, in the 6th. Batting for Rogers.
He's been good. 4 hits, 308 on the season.
Freshman from Cedar Falls, left-handed hitter. Just about hit by the first pitch. It's inside right around the shins.
He's had that happen 3 times.
Yes, he's a magnet. Monk's 1-0 pitch. High and out, ball 2. See if Coonrod gets some to hit here. Hitters count. The 2-0. That's low, ball 3. So Collins done a nice job to come in and see some pitches and not chase. 3-0 pitch. Outside, ball 4. 4-pitch walk. Couple runners on now for the Hawks in the 6th, trailing 10-0.
Be interesting. They might have got their money's worth out of Monk to see if, although he's gotten into trouble with the first 2 hitters, he was back in the 2nd inning and was able to shut Iowa back down. But that might, looks like that'll be it.
Coach jogging out to the mound and see if Illinois State, did they make the move already, John?
I thought he made the sign right when he came out, but
haven't seen anything yet. We'll wait for that door to open up down the right side. The pitcher out there, we will not have a pitching change, just a mound visit.
It almost looked like he locked the gate down there.
Yeah.
Maybe giving him the this is how you're going to stay in the game.
See if you can go do it.
Yep, go do it. Challenge him. I mean, that's the beauty of being ahead 10-0. If you're Illinois State, you can kind of challenge a guy a little bit and
see how he responds.
Yeah, exactly. See, hey, here's what I need from you. Can you go do it? Can you execute?
Blake Guerin will bat for Iowa in the 6th. Runners at 1st and 2nd, nobody out. First pitch to Blake. That's in the dirt. Got away from the catcher momentarily. Contreras picks it up before any advancement.
Good job from Riz there. Not any real reason to press that issue and make a first out at third base when you've got a rally going.
1-0 to Guerin. Inside corner, strike 1.
Good pop there, 86. So held velocity pretty well, just losing a little bit here.
First and 2nd, nobody out. Here's the 1-1 to Guerin. Strike at the knees, 1-2. Blake has 5 hits and 28 at-bats this season, 4 home runs. His other hit was a double. He's down in the count here, 1-2. The pitch from Monk, swing and a miss.
Just challenged him there. High fastball up and in. In the strike zone, though. Blake had to swing at it. Just couldn't get his bat up to it as he'd let the low and away one go.
And here is Jackson Frost. So Frost comes into the game in the 6th inning. Mitch Wood got to start at 3rd today, and so Jackson will be inserted in his spot. And he'll have an opportunity to hit with a couple runners on for the Hawks. Monk is going to push 100 pitches, isn't he? He's at 95. He's pushing it now, might get over it. Pitch to Frost is in the dirt, got away to the right. Contreras picks it up, throws it to first, not nearly close, but the runner at second moves to third. Well, Illinois State was really excited about that play at first base. It wasn't close.
I thought it was.
You think so?
I think Coonrod was leaning the wrong way. Coonrod got caught. He got off and didn't know where he wanted to go, and the next thing you knew, Risley was headed to third, and Coonrod was caught in no man's land, and the ball had bounced down the first baseline. And so I'm not saying it was bang bang or anything, but it was closer than it needed to be.
Ball, no strikes on Frost with runners at the corners now. Jackson rips it, foul down the line at third. Just nothing going right for Iowa.
You're an angry elf. Yeah, that was good barrel. That was 99 as Jackson was able to get up on that fastball. It was up in the zone.
Monk's 1-1. Frost takes high, ball 2. Monk's kind of losing it here, isn't he?
There's a little wishing going on right now.
Yep.
He's been really good, so.
2-1 on Frost. Here's the pitch. Fastball right down the middle, 2-2. Wasn't expecting that, apparently.
What he's done a good job of here is he's changed elevation. He's stuck primarily to the fastball, but he's changed elevation with it.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Here it comes. Grounded foul over to the left.
He struck out Guerin. He went down and away and dotted the outside part and then came back up and in. That time with Frost, I think he missed his spot. Got it in a little bit, left it more in the middle of the plate, or more of the middle height of the zone.
2-2. That's high, ball 3.
So somehow Frost didn't go around and Reese's was. So
figured I'd leave that part out. It wasn't even close on that, I didn't think. But I don't know. I've been wrong today a little bit. Full count pitch to Frost with 1 out in the 6th. Here it is. Hit well to left. Pasella slips out there, and the ball gets down in front of him. Risley comes down the line to score. It's 10-1 as Iowa's on the board.
Joy of natural grass there. Again, it's wet spot out there anyway, and ball was going to be good enough to be a sacrifice fly either way. Frost didn't get all of it, but he got the ball. Again, ball right in the middle of the plate, and Iowa just not able to do any real damage with a 75-mile-an-hour exit velo. And we know Frost has some pop. He's been able to show that. But
at 102 pitches, they're sticking with Monk to face Strowmire in a 10-1 game. And the Hawks with 2 runners on base and 1 out. 1-0 to Strowmire. Kellen swings and misses, 1-1.
Monk got back up to 87 there. Going to need Dan Wright to go a handful of innings here at some point. I'm not sure who Iowa has left.
Monk deals the 1-1. Kellen popped it foul over to the left, 1-2. Again, not sure about the run rule today, and Iowa has gone through several pitchers. The next pitcher will be pitcher number 9 And that's fine for 9 innings, but we're not in the 9th. Next pitch to Strowmire, chased a high outside fastball. 2 down.
Yeah, almost looked like he got a little surprised there. Thought he needed to swing and got the party started too late.
Ben Swales comes up for Iowa with 2 outs. First pitch to Ben, a swing and a miss. Ben was guessing fastball on the first one. Here's the 0-1, other breaker that he connects on and hits foul into the Iowa dugout. 0-2.
Yeah, if you're Monk, I'm not sure why you'd throw him anything other than spin right now, the way he's offered aggressively at both of those.
We'll see what he throws. The 0-2, fastball. Right down the middle, and strike 3 called on Swales. Iowa gets 1 run. We'll be back for the bottom of the 6th. After this, it's 10-1, Illinois State. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Will Pearson, a right-handed senior from Watkinsville, Georgia. He enters in the bottom of the 6th with Iowa down 10-1.
4 appearances for Will. He has an 8.10 ERA, 3 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs have all been earned, walked a couple, and struck out 3.
He will face the middle portion of the order with Bakes leading off unless they make any changes.
Bakes is impossible to get out. That's not true. He grounded out to first last time, didn't he?
Productive, though. Drove in a run, so he's found he's kind of been the thorn in the side, but one of them, I guess you could say.
Well, he was the one that kind of kept the little sneaky innings going, you know, with the single and the single to score the early runs in, the first and the third?
Yeah.
Jackson Frost stayed in the game. He'll play third. Blake Guerin stayed in the game. He'll play first.
I saw Beeman in the on-deck circle. Is he in right?
No, he's not.
He's in left.
He would have pinch hit for Wilmus. No, he didn't come into the game. Wilmus will stay in the game, play defense, and then I would imagine next inning we'll see the We'll see the pinch hitter.
Pearson getting on the rubber, asking to reset, and here we go with the pitch comm again. Can't hear, can't get the sign.
Just call your own pitch at this point, Will.
Honestly, yeah.
What do you like? Just give Reese some idea what's coming so you don't hurt him, and let's go.
Mitch Bowe will head out and swap pitch comms with Will Pearson.
Technology guru Mitch Bowe. Positions the defense and does technology.
All right, looks like we're ready to go.
Pitt put the hammer down on Penn State, 9-2 there, top of the 9th. Boy, it's not a good Big Ten day.
Really?
Illinois trails Missouri 8-0. Kansas State 11-4 over Nebraska in the early going. Maryland did come back, scored 9 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning, won 15-8.
Pearson with a couple of strikes past Bakes. Good start from Will.
Indiana 7-inning win over Bellarmine. Northwestern gets beat by Western Michigan 2-1. Michigan gets beat by Eastern Michigan 9-8.
And they took the lead late, didn't they?
Yeah, scored 2 in the top of the 9th to win it.
Wow.
After giving up 1 in the bottom of the 8th to break the tie, Eastern Michigan comes back with 2 in the top of the 9th.
You're right, John. Tough day in the Big Ten.
Purdue moves to 20-4, though, with a 6-3 win over Valpo.
Pearson's 1-2. It's tapped foul over to the right.
And Indiana's getting hot. They were predicted to do good things at the beginning of the season and maybe got off to a little slower start than was expected, but they are getting in a better direction, although they did lose 2 of 3 against UCLA.
Another 1-2's hit on the ground left side. Frost, backhand stop at third. Long throw to first is in time to retire Bakes. Nicely done by Frost to record the out. Indiana's got the sweep of Ohio State. They won the series against Penn State. No, I'm sorry, they lost it. Penn State took 2 of 3 from then. Indiana then went to UCLA, took the opening game, but then lost the final 2 of the series. But like you're saying, John, they're coming on.
Yeah, they're headed the right direction, it feels like, but
UCLA, one of the top teams in the Big Ten.
Absolutely. RPI at 11. You had to go out to California to play them, so.
1 out for Graham Mastros. Pearson missed with the breaking ball.
Yeah, their sweep of Ohio State was interesting. They also run-ruled Ohio State twice and then beat them in extra innings the third time. So strange mix of games, but able to get it done. And yeah, they've had plenty of positive run rule games.
Pearson can't find the zone. He's fallen behind 3-0. Indiana started 0-4, is that right?
Yeah, lost 2 extra inning games. Dropped 1 to Xavier and dropped 1 to UNLV in extra innings.
3-0 from Pearson is low, ball 4.
And did all right, and lost to Xavier. Couple run rule wins. Lost to Stetson, team that Iowa played.
How's Stetson doing? They're 13-12. RPI 131. They need to pick it up. We're big Stetson fans now. Contreras batting for Illinois State. Pearson's fastball drifted low.
Yeah, Stetson lost 3 of 4 out at BYU.
They're playing at Miami tomorrow, is that right?
Yes.
That'd be a decent win for them. 1-0 is a high strike, 1-1.
Looks like they've started conference. They won the series with Florida Gulf Coast. They won the series with Jacksonville.
That's where they'll kind of get that record up. Not a ton of great opportunities, though, in terms of RPI boosting wins for Stetson.
No, they're
like the old Big Ten, right?
Yeah, I mean, they could kind of sneak their way through. They got Florida again, South Florida, another team that Iowa played. They're 13-9.
2-1 pitch from Pearson's outside, ball 3. South Florida played Maryland in a series, took 2 of 3 from the Terps.
South Florida's probably hunting for Big Ten membership.
Doesn't that feel like a long time ago, John, that we were down there? Back-to-back walks issued by Pearson.
Who are you kidding? It's a long time. It feels like a long time since we rolled in here.
You are right about that. Reese will go out and talk with Will. 10-1, Illinois State in the 6th.
mean, there's some good RPIs in the Big Ten. Oregon at 38, UCLA at 11, Michigan 59, USC 51, Minnesota 24, and 3 others that are under 100. Penn State just over 100. And Coach Heller's popping out of the dugout.
Hawks will make a change. We'll see who comes in next out of the Iowa bullpen. It's 10-1 Illinois State in the bottom of the 6th. They've got 2 runners on and 1 out. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Bryson Walker, left-handed 5th year from Jersey Village, Texas. He comes in as the left-hander to try to slow things down here in the 6th with Illinois State leading 10-1. They've got a couple runners on base.
0-1 with a 12.27 ERA for Walk. 4 appearances. He started a game, 3 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs have all been earned. Given up a couple home runs, walked 4, struck out 3. And hit a batter. His last inning against Augustana wasn't pretty, but he got out of it without giving up a run. And so he'll look to try to build on that one and put the fire out here and keep Iowa, I guess, with 3 outs away from the game ending in theory. I still haven't heard that officially from anybody other than the broadcasting crew next to us.
I think the way that Iowa has subbed and the pitching plan of late, I'd be shocked if there wasn't a run rule in today. I know at home we don't do one.
Correct.
For home games. But I'd be surprised if there wasn't one today, because Iowa's run through pretty much all their pitchers. We haven't seen Jaron Bleeker or Tyler Guerin.
Dan Wright.
There's no reason for Dan to pitch in this game.
So see, we've got 3 more guys. Did he throw this weekend?
Yes. Big Dan came in on Sunday, didn't he?
Maybe.
Feels like forever ago.
I was just saying, I was cold Sunday, man. all I know is I was rooting for the game to get over on Sunday. I said something to Nick Ungs down in the dugout when we were talking before, and I said, you know, if we'd have delayed the game much longer when the wind started to blow, we wouldn't have been able to start it. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, the real feel was 26 there at one point, so we would not have played that game.
The timing was pretty good on Sunday for that. Moved the game up, got it going. Well, no, I'm sorry.
Sunday got pushed back.
Sunday got pushed back.
Now, we probably could have started it on time, but hindsight being 20/20 there, but fouled off 0-2. But the run rule helped a bunch, got us out of there a little quicker, obviously, than we would have. But score 18 runs, it takes a while, especially with, as we've seen today, you walk guys, it takes some time.
Mm-hmm. We've been here for 2.5 hours. We're in the 6th. Here's a ground ball to short. Mitchell picks it up, throws to second for 1, over to first, not quite in time. Can't turn the double play to get out of the inning. Runners at the corners for Illinois State and 2 outs.
Yeah, that was with Swales shifted to the pull side. It just took him a long time to get to the bag. But even that's a little bit of a snapshot of the way the game's gone. Walk leaves it right in the middle of the plate, and he hits it 102 when you're ahead, 1-2, 0-2. Gets fortunate that it goes through the umpire and right to Mitchell.
Stolga bats for Illinois State. Outside strike call. Haven't been able to retire Stolga today. He homered in the second. And then he's got a couple of singles. 10-1 Illinois State in the bottom of the sixth. The 0-1 from Walker. Hit well to left. That's hooking. It's hooking. It is foul. That cleared the wall by a healthy dose, but fortunately foul. This guy's got some pop. Where did that come from?
Hanging breaking ball right in the middle of the plate.
That would help.
And that was basically what his last one was.
Long foul ball.
I want to kind of explain to the guys next to us that it would not have been a walk-off.
Yeah, I think the student radio guys for Illinois State think this game is a 6-inning run rule. We'll let them come to that realization themselves if it gets there. Here's a half swing, hit right back to Walker. Underhand pitch to Guerin to retire the side. No runs across for Illinois State. We'll go to the seventh, 10-1. Redbirds lead it. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Illinois State goes with a new pitcher in the seventh. They'll bring in McAllen Conklin, a right-handed senior hometown kid from Normal.
12 and a third innings, 13 hits, 13 runs, 9 have been earned, walked 11, struck out 12, giving up 4 extra base hits. He's 1-0 with a 6.57 ERA. Fastball will chase up there in the low 90s, and he'll throw a kind of a pop-in curveball after that. So, as you probably heard with the stats there, he doesn't fill up the zone. So if Iowa kind of goes back to the Ohio State approach, makes Conklin throw strikes, he hasn't exactly excelled at that so far this year.
Jackson Beeman will bat for Iowa in Wilmus's spot, as John had mentioned earlier. And Mitchell and Moore to follow. You heard Coach talk about it in the pregame that the UIC game last Tuesday, he was hoping that was a bit of a wake-up call, that they didn't really bring the energy. They got the win, but it wasn't the way that Iowa needs to play. And he hoped that they were able to learn a lesson from that game.
They did not.
They did not. And I would venture to say that Coach Heller makes sure that the lesson gets through to him sometime between here and Iowa City, probably when the guys get back.
My guess is it'll be before we get to the Iowa border. And then there might be as Beeman gets hit with the first pitch, and then there might be a reminder after the bus parks in the Hall of Fame lot. Now that Monk got chased and we get into the bullpen, maybe it's a whole different bus ride if Iowa puts together some good at-bats here against Conklin.
So Beeman hit by the first pitch. He stands at first base. And Mitchell stand in from the left side. Conklin deals high and out. Gable's been good today. He's been the bright spot offensively. 3 for 3. One out to Gable. Strike called outside corner. A little bit higher pace from Conklin than we saw from Monk.
Yeah, he's added 3, 4, 5 miles an hour here. 90 on that one, 91 on the one before.
1-1 to Gable. Ground ball right to the second baseman. He drops to a knee, flips it to second for one, over to first. Double play. 4-6-3.
Feels about right.
Yep. And 2 outs for Reese Moore with the bases empty.
Because even you go down to a knee, which is a terrible way to turn a double play.
Shouldn't have time to do that.
Shouldn't have time to do that. And Mitchell almost beat it out, hustling down the line out of the left box, but also shows how hard Gable hit it.
He crushed it.
Just right at him.
Yep. First pitch to Reese. Line drive to left and caught by Pasella. And just like that, the inning's over. Bottom of the 7th coming up, 10-1. Illinois State with the lead. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Bottom of the 7th inning in Normal, Illinois. The Redbirds 10, Iowa 1. Hawkeyes will go with a new pitcher, Jaron Bleeker, the right-handed freshman from Sergeant Bluff.
Bleek is 1-0 on the season. 3 appearances, a 10.80 ERA. 3 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs have all been earned. He hasn't walked a batter, struck out 4. And Iowa will look to get him to throw a couple strikes here to try to extend the game for another few at bats. Trying to figure out if that's that's Max Burt now behind the plate.
Any other changes, John? We know that Beeman's in the game.
Yeah, Jackson actually went to left. So Jackson's in left. Strowmire stayed in right. And that's all for the defensive side.
We're kind of making the assumption, John, that 1 run will win it for Illinois State here in the 7th. It's 10-1.
I would guess that's accurate. But again, I'm basing that accuracy on guys that thought the game was going to end last inning if they scored a run. So,
you know, I'm kind of bummed, John, that I'm not going to be riding home with you. I'm taking off and going the opposite direction with my dad to Chicago just for a little day trip for tomorrow. I hate to leave you alone on the drive home because I feel like we'd have some things to talk about maybe. But maybe we need a little break before we go to Minnesota.
I may check in with the wife instead and not talk about how this game went. And that'll be just fine.
Yeah. You know what? For the players and the staff that they say, hey, we got to flush it, move on. We're going to have to do that too, John.
I have an easier time doing that than you tend to.
I just lobbed you the biggest softball of the day, John. That was the easiest home run.
So did you just say that out loud for yourself? How do we
I didn't think you were going to dunk on me like that, John. I think I did say it out loud to myself.
Just to kind of coax yourself into well, because
I think I've been doing okay this year, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I've been doing a little bit better than the first 2 years we've been doing this. Bleeker pitching for Iowa, deals a strike.
After I had to tell you last year to be nice to your mom after the Illinois game.
That's a good story. Mother's Day over at Illinois, last game of the regular season. Bleeker gets a swing and a miss. They're 0-2. It was Mother's Day. I was loading up the equipment into the truck, and you some good fatherly advice before I got to my own dad and mom. Said, okay, you can be mad for like one more second. It's Mother's Day. Go be nice to your mom. And I did. I said, yes, it's okay.
You needed to flush it and be nice to Mom. That was all you had to do for the rest of the day.
I think I slammed the door pretty hard on the car, though. I don't like when the Hawks lose. Neither do you. We're in the same boat. You're better at handling it than I am. 0-2 from Bleeker, high and out.
I've determined that, and did this even before we started calling games, but I'm not going to let my day be determined by how a bunch of 18 to 22-year-olds operate.
Good-looking pitch from Bleeker. Called a ball inside with a curveball. Looked good, but it was just a touch inside. That's some advice that we could probably hear, that I could probably listen to.
Yeah, that's just not going to be that's not going to be what the tone sets for my entire day.
3-2 now.
I've probably lived in that world, though, and that's why I use the mute button regularly on social media now, too.
I'll probably stay off that tonight. Try to. 3-2 from Bleeker. Outside and low. Good start from Jaron, but he ends up walking Gibson.
My guess is all the angry people I already have muted.
Yeah. You've got a few scrolls worth of mutees on there.
There are plenty. Every once in a while I view to just see what they have to say, and then I realize, oh, yeah, that's why I muted you.
Yeah. Is it worth changing my tune? Am I able to do that? No, I'm not.
Yeah, generally speaking, not. Iowa baseball social media can't do it. I, as a random citizen, can.
Robinson batting for Illinois State. Bleeker pumps a strike by him.
For all the kidding and things, this is a good spot for Bleek, though. I mean,
yes.
He hasn't been on the mound a lot. He wants to find a way out there. It's different than pitching in simulated games.
Check swing. He certainly did not hold up, and so it's a strike. 0-2.
And so whether it's later this year that Bleek gets the ball in a time when you need it, or whether it's as his career builds and he gets it next year, these are building blocks for him.
0-2. Low and out. Good-looking spot, but just missed the zone. 1-2. I think you're making a great point here, John.
I can do that even in a 10-1 game. But it's again, you're just trying to find things to build on with anybody here. And you asked earlier what we were looking for as the game went along.
1-2 is hit in the air. Left side foul ground for Jackson Frost, who's there to make the catch at third base. 1 down.
It hasn't necessarily been pretty, but Iowa's got a couple zeros put up here in some innings, and so we got that part of the equation a little bit better.
Really, it's been one terrible inning.
Yeah, there's no sugarcoating that inning.
One disastrous inning. Otherwise, this game would obviously be much closer, but can't really play that game. Down 10-1. First pitch strike from Bleeker to Pasella.
Yeah, you can't throw 4 pitchers out in an inning and call it anything but that.
Yeah, and that was the fourth, as Iowa gave up 7 runs to the Redbirds. Bleeker's pitch to Pasella, another strike at the knees. Jaron's looked very sharp now, 0-2.
My wife wants you to tell you a story about my letting 18 to 22-year-olds ruin my day. Actually, I didn't. It was
this ought to be good.
It was Teddy Valentine that ruined my day.
Pitches inside, gets by Burt into the backstop, and so Gibson will take second base, and he's in scoring position now. TV Teddy?
TV Teddy. And so, of course, you know how much I like my Mountain Dew, and so I'm drinking my Mountain Dew and watching the game. And as soon as I tell you what game it is, you're going to know exactly what happened.
Got to be Michigan State.
Iowa, Michigan State, Big Ten tournament.
Yep.
And TV Teddy took over. Ooh, good pitch there. Just missed. Up and in. TV Teddy took over, as any good Iowa fan knows.
Yep.
And my tolerance limit lost it, and I chucked the Mountain Dew bottle I had in my hand, and drywall did not sustain it, so I still had a good fastball.
2-2 gets away from Burt, and now the runner is advanced all the way to third after a leadoff walk. So a couple of wild pitches have gotten the runner to third. So there was some liquid in that bottle.
No, it was an empty bottle.
Whoa!
It was an empty bottle. I just threw a good fastball with an empty bottle and busted up the drywall.
Wow.
That game
I'll never forget that game.
Yeah, see?
Infield comes in for Iowa, which leads us to believe that run rule is in play here.
Yeah, if there was any doubt, the infield being in a 10-1 game should tell you that.
3-2 to Pasella. He chased it low and out. He strikes out. He wanted to win it for the Redbirds, and a little too selfish there, 2 down.
Yeah, he wanted to rip it, get his shirt ripped off, and instead he just chased a pitch that wasn't even particularly close, and Iowa's defense will go back. So, yeah, TV Teddy got me.
I remember that game.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, it was not a crowning moment of mine.
But I think you get a pass there because I think you can be, as a fan, you can be maybe upset with an official. But, the guys, maybe a different story. Morris lines it to left. Beeman's moving over. He dives and he makes the catch for a game-saving out from Beeman. We'll go to the 8th, 10-1, Illinois State. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Paper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist corn.
We are way ahead of Big Seed on this one. This corn has 4 different post-herbicide tolerances, multiple modes of action for above-ground pests, and it is some of the highest-yielding corn genetics that are out on the market today.
If you're one of the many that got substituted on your corn hybrid last spring, contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today and ask them about Power Core Enlist corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Jack Finn is the new pitcher for Illinois State, a left-handed sophomore from British Columbia. He comes in for the Redbirds in a 10-1 game in the 8th.
This will be his 3rd appearance, 1 2/3 innings, a hit, a run. It was earned, a couple walks, 3 strikeouts. That one hit he gave up was a home run. He had a wild pitch in that inning as well. He has basically had mop-up duty. Fastball's going to be in the mid to upper 80s. He'll throw a big loopy curveball. But again, he has not been consistently in the strike zone. So, just discipline here. Swing at strikes. If he finds the middle, attack one, and if he more likely sprays one, take it.
Risley Coonrod Guerin to bat for Iowa. Scheduled to play at Minnesota on Friday afternoon, 4 o'clock from Minneapolis. Weather pending, weather dependent.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about how to get 3 games in that series based on what the forecast is. So,
and of course, the lease for Minnesota to play at U.S. Bank has expired, so they can't. We can't play them in there. That ended this most recent weekend.
Yeah, they played. What was it? High Point. High Pointed. In the Metrodome or the U.S. Bank Dome now, and we will not be that fortunate.
Andy Nelson batting now for Iowa instead of Risley. Finn whipped a fastball in. Andy takes low and in, ball 2.
Yeah, just looking at Minneapolis, 65 on Friday. Mild with some sun and then turning cloudy. 6-mile-an-hour wind. Let's play 3.
Let's play them all. Let's get the series done in one day.
Because it's 42 degrees with a 17-mile-an-hour wind on Saturday with a real feel high of 30, which means we may never get warm enough to play. And it's not any better on Sunday.
Wow.
It's 62 degrees, mild with some sunshine and a little breezy in the afternoon on Thursday.
3-1 on Nelson, the pitch. Andy takes strike 2, 3-2.
Which there was some talk about that as well.
We're just going to have to get our bags packed and ready to go on Wednesday, just in case, John.
The sad part is it's going to be 78 degrees on Friday in Iowa City.
Nelson sends it back up the middle. The second baseman shifted, makes the stop in shallow center. Throw to first is not in time. Nelson beat it out. What'd you say on the weather in Iowa City? 78?
78 on Friday. 16-mile-an-hour wind. Breezy, warmer, plenty of sunshine.
Now that sounds fine with me.
Saturday, though, is an 88% chance of thunderstorms.
Not so good.
Which would make a Game 2 of the series very difficult. 46 on Sunday, which would make Game 3 not any fun either. But better than it is in Minnesota.
Coonrod batting for Iowa, knocks it foul over the right. Saturday and Sunday in Minneapolis, if we're going to go into this topic, seem unplayable.
Well, especially when you start thinking about, you have to peak over that real field number to start the game. And so, you don't have to stay above it, but you have to get above it. And if you start thinking about your real field high is 30. So that means you need the best point of the day to actually get there so you can even start the game.
And whenever it hits 30, you better just go out there and lob a pitch and start it. Both sides agree, hey, don't swing at it.
Well, yeah, we need the hour to get the pitchers warmed up. Swing and a miss there from Coonrod. So, I mean, yeah, it'll be challenging, I think, to get 3 games in Minneapolis this weekend. But you could, if you get 2 in on Friday, then you take your chances on Saturday and Sunday.
Coonrod drives it high, shallow left, and the shortstop Robinson falls to his knees and catches it in foul ground.
That was a choice to call off the camped third baseman and then trip and catch it.
That looks so graceful. One out for Guerin in the 8th. Iowa down by 9.
When I went on my walkabout earlier, I was talking about, I ended up talking to a fan, and we were chatting about Illinois State fan. We were talking about the joys of spring baseball, because he said it was kind of a sleety, slushy mix this morning here.
Ugh. Guerin takes a healthy cut, comes up empty.
And what do you go to Peoria next Tuesday, right?
Next Tuesday, we basically come right back over here, save us 40 minutes, and stop in Peoria, play Bradley.
51.
As of right now.
Yep. Some sun. Moderate wind. That's not all bad.
1-1 to Guerin. Inside ball 2.
I will be gone. I will be deserting you at that point.
I'm gonna miss you.
So you will have to handle Peoria and at least part of Northwestern on your own.
2-1 on Blake. There's another strike. 2-2. You haven't made the trip to Peoria when we've been there to play Bradley.
No, I have somehow been had the misfortune of missing those.
Yes. 2-2. Inside ball 3. I don't know how to describe the trip to Bradley to you. It was so cold last time we were there. Iowa won the game. 3-2, Guerin crushes to left field. That is a no-doubt home run from Guerin into the night sky. A 2-run blast over the left field wall. And Guerin touches them all.
That ball was chin high, and he just hit it 112 off the bat. 112. Hits it 405 feet over the left field wall, and Iowa finishes the field goal up here in the top of the 8th inning.
10-3 now. Blake got all of that one.
He absolutely did. 86-mile-an-hour fastball, again, kind of chest to chin high. And he saw it. He liked it. 5th home run of the year and 6 hits. That has to be the most amazing stat in college baseball.
Total destruction. Here's Jackson Frost, just about wore it in the chest.
Squared to bunt and then had to unwind that whole move.
Next pitch to Frost is a strike at the knees. Much better delivery from Finn.
Yeah, I assume Dan Wright's going to come in and get the last 3 outs. Assuming we're not going to find 7 more runs.
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty safe bet. 2 balls and a strike on Frost. He's the only, unless they go back to Bleecker for another, but I don't know. That hasn't been the theme for Iowa this year. Tyler Guerin, another pitcher out there possibly.
That's true. Tyler's got.
Strike 2 to Frost.
Yeah, Iowa 1 walk, 4 strikeouts today.
Frost pokes it in the air, right side and foul. Nine hits, 3 runs. Put the ball in play a ton.
Just haven't really, I mean, other than Blake now, obviously the most obvious statement, but haven't hit the ball hard.
No. Capped or in on the handle. 2-2, Frost takes upstairs, 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Jackson, hit on the ground to third. A 2-hopper. Gibson picks it up and throws out Frost for out number 2. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. And here comes Kellen Strowmire with 2 outs. In the Hawkeye 8th, 10-3 is the score with Illinois State leading. Strowmire takes a strike below the knees. Oof.
Bottom part of the cap.
0-1. Strowmire hits on the ground to second. Sliding stop.
Safe
by the second baseman. Throw to first is late. Strowmire beat it out.
Lazy play. That great hustle from Kellen Strowmire. That was outstanding. That was just a lazy play from Mastros. He was out in the outfield short, just kind of lobbed the throw over there, and Strowmire. And you ask again, what are you looking for? You're looking for a guy that doesn't play every day to just beat feet down the line and create a hit.
Very well done, yes. Strowmire on first base, and Cooper Schulte will bat for the Hawks now, batting for Ben Swales. First pitch to Schulte. Gets all the way to the backstop. Strowmire takes second. Catcher wanted no part of knocking that ball down.
He's like, dude, it's still 10-3. I'm not really worried about that.
Yep. Bounced in front of the plate and skipped on the turf. Tried to backhand it by leaning away.
We saw Reese wear a couple of those. And
ball, no strikes on Schulte. Here it comes. Low again, ball 2.
See how much more... Look at the stance that Contreras is taking now. That's almost the I am ready to get out of the road.
Yep.
Or trying to give a high strike, and his guy's missing pretty dramatically. But
2-0. Low and in, ball 3.
Contreras kind of does it, and you see a lot of college catchers do it. He flashes the mitt up high for a spot, and then he drops the glove down.
3-0 is an inside strike, 3-1.
So, if you're Finn, you can't really look at the mitt as a spot because it's moving. So you're going to want to look. You got to, whether you're picking his head or something.
Not the true target, right? 3-1. Cooper hits to second base. A spinner to Mastros. He bobbled it, never picked it up. He's having a rough inning. Schulte will reach on the E4.
Well, this could get a lot of fun all of a sudden if Jackson Beeman hits a home run.
Here we go. Runners at the corners and 2 outs for Beeman. Walking to the box. This could be Jackson's get-right opportunity.
Or it'll be probably against somebody else. unless the coach is going to come out now and take the second baseman out. And that was a weird little spinner, too.
It was.
But no velocity at all. So you've got plenty of time. My guess is after he'd not made the last play, his brain was, I'm going to be really fast about this, and it didn't work out.
Don't think this is a change. I think it's more of a chat.
It certainly looks that way, if I'm the home plate umpire, man, I'm busting this thing up, though. It's gone on plenty long enough at a 10-3 game.
Right. All right. Illinois State up by 7. Iowa with a couple runners on and 2 outs for Beeman.
I mean, Beeman could catch the high fastball just like Guerin did.
Yep. Jackson in the box. We're ready. Finn, the left-hander, will pitch to Beeman. First one. Inside. Taken for a ball. And there feels like there's some life in the Iowa dugout now. You hear some applause, some chatter. 1-0 to Beeman. Inside, ball 2. Good discipline from Jackson. They look good coming from the left side. Cross the zone, but tail in. Hitters count for Jackson. 2-0. Beeman popped it up. The catcher removes his mask in foul ground straight behind home plate. Contreras couldn't make the play. Beeman gets another shot. Possibly lost it in the lights, was tracking it, but never got camped, never felt comfortable with it. And Jackson will get another shot.
Yeah, that was never going to be an easy catch, but that's a ball that a month ago Jackson hit into the tennis courts that we can't see anymore. 86-mile-an-hour fastball, dead center of the plate, thigh high. And unfortunately, he gets under it and sends it straight up in the air.
The 2-1, low and in, ball 3.
I mean, this is just Illinois State trying to let Iowa back in the game at this point.
Really is. Still in a good spot here, 3-1. The pitch to Beeman. Hit him. Oh, Jackson, get out of the way of that. Ouch. All right, bases loaded for Gable Mitchell with 2 outs.
I mean, other than the lefty-lefty matchup, I would think that you'd go to the bullpen here, and he will. It immediately signals with his right hand.
That'll do it for Finn. Pitching change for Illinois State in the top of the 8th inning. Iowa trying to make some noise here late. 10-3 Illinois State. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hear that? That's the Iowa Lottery powering up the new Pac-Man scratch ticket, where you could jump your way to $50K in instant cash prizes. Even if you don't score big in your first round, you still get an extra life. Because you can enter non-winning tickets in the VIP club for a chance to win a Pac-Man arcade package, plus your share of $325,000 in cash prizes. That's a lot of Waka Waka winning. Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by Bandai Namco Entertainment Inc. Enter and see rules at iLottery.com/VIP.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Top of the 8th, Iowa trailing Illinois State 10-3. Bases loaded for Gable Mitchell, who faces a new Illinois State pitcher. This is Michael Adari, a sophomore right-hander from Libertyville, Illinois.
6 2/3 innings, 10 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned, 8 walks, 6 strikeouts. He's given up 6 extra base hits in those 10, and he's also hit a batter. No record, 9.45 ERA. Fastball hustle up there in the low 90s based on what we've seen so far. And then he'll throw kind of this poppy slider. But, you know, as you might imagine, he doesn't get a whole lot of whiff and chase. Gable Mitchell will see plenty, and he'll be fastball heavy. So Gable, kind of a guy that should work out pretty well for Gable to see a fastball, hit a fastball. And if he gets behind, then maybe he'll come back with a slider.
Mitchell 3 for 4 today. Bases loaded for the Hawks in the 8th. 2 outs, though, for Mitchell. Adari's first pitch. Gable takes outside for a ball.
Max Burt looking for his first at-bat on deck in what would be a bigger and bigger spot.
Adari's 1-0. Way outside, got by the catcher, off his mitten to the wall. Strowmire scores. It's 10-4. And runners at second and third.
Don't call it a comeback.
Let's get interesting. I guess if we're going to play the full 9 and stay late, let's give it a shot here.
Let's get crazy.
Yeah. 2 balls, no strikes to Mitchell. The pitch. Gable takes a high strike, 2-1. Gable's furious.
I know they don't calibrate TrackMan for height, but that ball's high and Gable's not tall.
Bad combo, and then to consider that a strike, it's tough. 2-1. Second and third and 2 outs for Gable. Adari's ready. The pitch. Outside, 3-1. Gable looked back at the ump after that one. Did you see that?
It's kind of an "are you sure" moment.
Never change, Gable. Never take out that fire. I wonder where he gets it from.
Yeah, exactly. That's not genetic anywhere along the way.
3-1 on Mitchell. Adari's pitch. High and tight. Ball 4.
That ball was striker than the one they called a ball.
Woo.
Or called a strike. That'll work. You got to the right place.
All right, Max Burt, let's see what you got.
Trying to find which guy that Illinois State might go to shut this thing down.
Burt, the redshirt freshman from Mason City. Burt is 1 of 3 this year. 3 runs scored, 3 RBIs. He's walked twice. Right-handed hitter. Bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch to Max. Ooh, it's high and tight. Just about hit him. Ball 1. I thought it did.
Well, based on what we saw to Mitchell, I'm not sure how you're not going to have happy feet if you're Burt in the box, because every ball was in that right-handed batter's box.
Burt, the 1-0 to Burt. Good-looking breaking ball. That's across for a strike. You'll take that. That's one of those tip-of-the-cap moments.
Yeah, you're going to make him throw that twice. Now, he is going to throw more sliders to right-handers, so.
1-1. Burt popped it up on the infield. Third baseman and catcher come together. It's Contreras who makes the catch. And the Hawkeyes leave them loaded. 3 runs for Iowa. But that's all. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. 10-4, Illinois State with the lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
Bottom of the 8th inning at Duffy Bass Field in Normal, Illinois. 10-4, the Redbirds leading the Hawkeyes. New pitcher into the game is Tyler Guerin, right-handed freshman from Shoreview, Minnesota. Guerin into the game for the Hawks. Making his 6th appearance. He's thrown 5 1/3 innings, given up just 2 hits and 1 earned run. He's struck out 9 batters. Pitched in a couple of games of the Washington State series. Been mainly a midweek pitcher for Iowa against Loras, Augustana, and UIC. Guerin also pitched against Michigan State and Ohio State. So Tyler into the game in the 8th with Iowa trailing 10-4. 10 runs on 10 hits for Illinois State, 4 runs on 10 hits for the Hawks.
Yeah, Iowa 1 for 14 today with runners in scoring position.
One of those days.
That one is that. I knew the number was bad. I thought it would have improved a little, but not really. that is a rough number there.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of what plagued Iowa early in the year. Had righted that ship just a little bit.
Guerin pitching to Bakes. He sends a ball on the ground to second. Scooped up there by Schulte, who throws out Bakes, 1 away.
Cooper getting some good action here.
Looked really clean. Nice and smooth play from Schulte.
Yeah, he was actually ready to throw it and then kind of had to, oh, wait, I got to give him just a second.
Yep. Everything came together so quickly. Mastro's batting for Illinois State now. Right-handed hitter. Guerin's first pitch. Fouled back to the screen.
The funny thing is that whole inning and rally started when he lazied a ball on Strowmire.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And Strowmire hustling down the line, beat it out for an infield single. And then an error and a drop pop up and just a whole.
It got weird on Illinois State fast.
It really did.
They're just comfortable enough, though, with a big lead that maybe the pressure didn't get to them too much.
Yeah, they had room for it to be weird.
1-1 pitch to Mastro's. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Good live fastball there, 94.
Zipped it right by. You're going to look at the box score and you're going to see a 7-run fourth and think about how big of a difference that was. As Guerin missed low and outside. Didn't feel like Iowa played well at any point until maybe the last couple innings. So it makes you think if you don't give up the 7,
but you did
get away that early, it's a different outcome. But as you said, you did, and Guerin gets a strikeout of Mastro's.
Yeah, and
I guess what I'm trying to say is if Iowa makes the score a little bit closer, still significantly displeased.
Right. To me, the answer, even if somehow you put up a touchdown in the 9th inning and win this game, you should be angry.
Yes.
Because for 6 innings, you barely looked like you were interested. I mean, I know they were, so that's probably harsher than it needs to sound. But you mentioned at one point, now there's chirping in the dugout and you can kind of hear it. Well, so where is that before? You know, where's the spark coming from before? Fouled off. But, it shouldn't be we made a great play, and then that's how we got the spark. The spark, Coach Heller talks about it all the time. He wants game 1 and game 56 to have the same dugout energy. Set the tone and do it every game no matter what.
1-1 from Guerin. Just outside. Burt couldn't bring it in, and that probably hurt Tyler.
And I'm just not sure we've seen that in some of the midweeks. Because even, Augustana was 16-1, but those were late runs. It was a tight game for 5 innings.
Just slowing out from Tyler, 3-1 now.
Iowa won that because Augustana kind of ran out of arms. Iowa was ahead anyway, but
it didn't feel great.
It got to that number because of the disparity in the bullpen. Guerin walks Contreras. Have we gotten him out?
Just once in a double play.
Oh, nice. That was good work.
Mm-hmm. And then he was out on a fielder's choice. So we have not retired him as a batter, only as a runner.
Great. I think that was the point I was trying to get at.
Yeah. 2 outs and a new batter for Illinois State. And a swing and a miss by Cam Hill. Right-handed hitter. Guerin's 0-1, too far outside. He got by Burt.
Boy, that's the other thing that we've seen a ton of today is just, not only have Iowa pitching walked 11 guys, but just balls bouncing around, getting past the catcher or, catcher not catching it. Just a lot of kind of weird stuff.
Wild pitches and pass balls. I think some mistakes on both sides. Guerin dials it back in and gets a swing and a miss, 1-2.
Yeah, Iowa's thrown 4 wild pitches.
Backhand stop by Burt on the 1-2.
I don't know where they'd list pass balls for me on this. But I'm guessing there was at least one. There was a ball that Reese had that tried to snap up and missed. And
Guerin's 2-2. Called third strike. Got him with the breaking ball in the inner third. And we'll go to the 9th inning. Iowa down 10-4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans have farmers yielding out an additional 2.7 bushels per acre over A Series. This has everyone talking, not just farmers. Case in point, a trucking company wrote, "Morning, noon, and night, it doesn't matter. I'm hauling Z Series. The phone doesn't stop ringing. Even my home number, it never stops ringing." Well, it's fair to say Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans are making quite an impact. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Top of the 9th inning at Duffy Bass Field, campus of Illinois State University. Hawks trailing 10-4, and the Redbirds bringing in Joe Husak, right-handed senior from Cambridge, Iowa.
This is their guy. 12 1/3 innings, 12 hits, 7 runs, 5 have been earned, 5 walks, 10 strikeouts. Hit a couple guys. He's 0-1, but he does have 3 saves. Fastball is going to get up there. It'll be right around 90 plus or minus. He'll throw a slider. Likes to throw the slider more. Fastball, funny enough, has a harder time throwing the fastball for strike than he does the slider. So see if Iowa can find a way. He's four clean innings and 3 times he's given up runs. So Iowa will need to get on that chart.
10-4 Illinois State. Nelson will be the first Hawkeye hitter to see him. And he singled his last time up in the 8th.
Started the proceedings.
He did. He would score on the home run from Blake Guerin.
Hit ball far.
Very much so. We'll see Blake third this inning. All right, Andy's in the box. Husak is on the rubber. Out of the windup, the right-hander pitches. Strike 1.
Slider.
Yep.
And pretty good speed variance, too. It'll be 10, 12 miles an hour different.
Snapped it outside, away from Andy, 1-1. Next pitch, Nelson shoots foul past Coach Cropley down the first baseline, 1-2.
Tell Crop's a catcher, too. He didn't even flinch, just watched it go by.
No harm there on Crop. Husak holds the glove tight to his face. Just peeking over it. And he fouls off another pitch. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Good hang there from Andy. Husak showed him the fastball, but then went right back to the slider.
Another 1-2. That's high. Andy with 6 hits and 33 at-bats this year. The 2-2, that's up and in.
Yeah, got off to a slow start, battled some injury now, and trying to work his way back.
Full count pitch. Nelson takes outside, ball 4, leadoff walk. Colin Coonrod will make his way to the plate.
Iowa's been better. You know, what was it, 1 for 5 early in the game, now 5 for 9?
Mm-hmm. So Iowa leadoff hitters have gotten on ever since you brought that up, John, beginning in the 6th. First pitch to Coonrod. Breaking ball up and away. Can't land it, ball 1.
And so for Coonrod, it'll be, you know, it's a pitch he can see. You know, it'll be breaking in toward him. Chance to take a rip at it.
Husak's 1-0 is outside and high and called a strike. 1-1. That's not even close.
No, that ball has never been a strike all year.
Home plate umpire looking into the Iowa dugout. I'm sure he's hearing something. 1-1. Coonrod takes another strike. That is very high. Boy, I tell you.
I mean, if you're Colin, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do, because then if he starts calling down low, you got no chance.
Pitch to Colin. Swing and a miss. Unfair. He saw 4 pitches. One of them was a strike.
Yeah, that'll be an embarrassing umpire report on that one.
Guerin comes up with 1 out. He sent one into the night sky over the left field wall his last time up. Iowa down 10-4 in the 9th. Nelson at first base. First one to Blake is outside for a ball.
Yeah, for Blake, he wants to see that slider that starts at his shoulder. And then it's going to snap right back in, waist high, and he's going to destroy it.
1-0. Guerin, good cut, missed it.
Started at his shoulder, but no, it didn't start. It started at shoulder height.
Yeah.
But it started middle of the plate, so it broke off the plate.
That's a little bit more inside over the heart of the plate. Then Blake will give it a ride. Just a little bit too far outside. Tried to pull it. 1-1. High. 2-1.
Yeah, you see Husak's sequencing similar to what some Iowa pitchers do. You throw frisbee, frisbee, frisbee. You got to throw that fastball to stand the hitter up every now and again.
Mm-hmm. 2-1 to Blake. That's high. Ball 3. Frost on deck for Iowa.
Colin would like a word.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. Pickoff move over to first. Husak has the sign. 3 balls and a strike on Guerin in the 9th. Pitch to Blake. Swing and a miss. Bit late, felt like, on the Fastball, 3-2.
Almost like he was expecting the slider, but if he was expecting the slider in that tunnel, he shouldn't have swung at it. Either way. Now I think he's going to see the slider. He better be ready to fight it off.
Full count for Blake. The pitch. Fouled back. Got a piece of it.
Actually saw a high fastball there.
He reared back and fired that in there, didn't he?
Yeah, that was 93. Now, if I'm the guy that trusts my slider more, I'm going to throw the slider in that same tunnel and just get him to chase it.
We'll do it again with a full count. Slider out. Blake took it. Ball 4.
He didn't get it in the tunnel he wanted. He missed pretty wide there. But
first and second. For Iowa in the 9th, there's Jackson Frost. Frost grounded out in his only at-bat today. I take that back. He does have a hit. He singled back in the 6th. He's 1 for 2.
You got a pretty scratched up scorebook there.
Messy.
John Bonenkamp would not be happy with you.
No, probably not traditional bookkeeping, but it's what works for me. And I do not parade this around like some people do. Not saying that about John. But I don't try to make this a piece of art, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Iowa trying to rally, but down by 6. A lot of road in front of them. First and second, 1 out. The 1-0 pitch to Frost. It's a strike, 1-1.
Okay, if we're going to call it 2 balls above the strike zone and 2 balls outside the strike zone to the outside part of the plate, I just don't know how hitters are supposed to do it.
And where'd it come from, John? 1-1 is lined up the middle into center field for a base hit. They'll send Andy around third. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. 10-5 on the RBI single from Jackson Frost.
Good piece of hitting there. 103 took the low and away fastball, sent it right back up the middle. I think Stroh's probably supposed to have been out there a little quicker to tell Andy whether he needed to slide or not.
And here is Strowmire. Iowa down 10-5 in the 9th. First pitch to Kellen is low and in, got by the catcher. Runners at second and third now for Iowa and 1 out.
And we're going to have a mound visit here because this, like I said, this is
their guy, huh?
This is their guy. This is the best they have in terms of ERA and guy that they're going to go to and trust at the end of a game. You see it in the major leagues every once in a while. When you bring the closer into a non-closing situation, sometimes they're a little wonky. You don't see that as often with college guys because they don't really come in and close that many games. But Husak is definitely a little wonky right now.
Yeah, I'd been thinking that, the way that, you delivered his stats and the scouting report, and then I'm thinking, okay, this is their top guy. Interesting. All right. Quick mound visit. It's all wrapped up now. Count is 1-0 on Strowmire. Kellen's 1 for 4 today. Singled and scored in the 8th. He's got a couple runners in scoring position. And just 1 out. 1-0 to Strowmire. There's a strike. Good fastball, upper third of the strike zone. 1-1. Husak working quickly now. Already aiming and firing the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
He might have just got challenged by his coach.
Mm-hmm. Strowmire trying to stay alive, putting the ball in play. Ball and 2 strikes on Kellen. The pitch. Outside, 2-2. Count even at 2 on Strowmire. Husak's ready, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strowmire could not catch up to 92, high heat.
Yeah, it was over the strike zone, but again, based on what we've seen here in the 9th, you're probably going to need to expand.
I think you're right. And 2 outs now for Schulte. Last chance for the Hawks. First pitch to Cooper. That's across for a strike. Husak ready with the 0-1. Delivers it to Schulte. Ooh, that's up and in. Just about grabbed his helmet.
Rung the bell.
Yeah. Even at 1 for Schulte. The pitch. Hit well to center field. Center fielder going back. Stolga still going back, and it is gone. Schulte with a 3-run bomb off the batter's eye in center, and it's 10-8 as Schulte brings Iowa closer in the 9th.
I got to tell you, I did not know Cooper Schulte had that game. 107 off the bat, 439 to center field, and somehow the Hawkeyes have the tying run in the on-deck circle.
10-8. And Beeman coming up for Iowa. Well, 1 pitch at a time. Down by 2 in the 9th. Where'd this come from? First pitch to Beeman. That's in the dirt. Ball 1.
Well, this is as good a final outcome. I mean, obviously, barring a complete comeback, this was what you wanted.
High strike call on Beeman. My goodness. That is at the letters, man.
The strike zone has seriously, and even the pitch Schulte hit out was up.
1-1. Beeman takes strike 2. Got him with the slider. That's a good pitch from Husak. The 1-2, Beeman swings and misses. And Illinois State knocks off Iowa 10-8. They hold off, and the Hawks cannot complete the comeback this evening. A good effort very late from Iowa, and Illinois State wins it 10-8. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Illinois State beats Iowa tonight 10-8 in the first road midweek matchup of the season for the Hawkeyes. The score wasn't a true indicator of how this game went, unfortunately, for Iowa. John Evans, your thoughts?
Maybe. I mean, you mentioned it kind of during, too. Illinois State did all the damage in 1 inning. So it kind of was. If you think about it from that perspective too. But the important part, I guess, was Iowa showed fight throughout the whole game. The downside, or throughout the last part, didn't quit, even being down 10-0. The problem was, just didn't start on time. And the midweek pitching has just got to get more consistent, and that's why you roll them out there. That's the idea of what Coach Heller does, but they've just got to do a better job.
Iowa falls to 14-9. Illinois State now 9-13 on the season. We do have some highlights. Let's hear them now. Contreras, the runner at first. He's the catcher, not a big running threat. Next pitch is hit on the ground. Wolf picks it up, throws to second for one, back to first base, and got him! How about that double play? 0-2 to Mitchell is lined into right center field. That's down. For a base hit, Mitchell's around first. He's headed for second. He's got to hustle. Here comes the throw. He beats it safely. It's cut off. And Mitchell with a one-out double. Wheatley checks the runner at second. Here comes the 3-2. Called third strike. He got him with the spinner on the inside corner. Big strikeout for Chaz. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Watts ready to pitch to Outlaw. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Tony got him. Here it is. Hit well to left. Pasella slips out there, and the ball gets down in front of him. Risley comes down the line to score. It's 10-1 as Iowa's on the board. 3-2, Guerin crushes to left field. That is a no-doubt home run from Guerin into the night sky. A 2-run blast over the left field wall, and Guerin touches them all. Even at 1 for Schulte. The pitch. Hit well to center field. Center fielder going back. Stolga still going back, and it is gone. Schulte with a 3-run bomb off the batter's eye in center, and it's 10-8 as Schulte brings Iowa closer in the 9th. That would be the final score. Illinois State would win it 10-8. We're back on the air on Friday as it's currently scheduled. The Hawkeyes will begin a series at Minnesota. First pitch for 4 o'clock, pregame at 3:30 unless the schedule changes and we try to move something around with that series. All right, we'll take a break, and that'll do it from Illinois State this evening. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Iowa falls to Illinois State 10-8 tonight, and that'll do it for our coverage of Hawkeye baseball from Duffy Bass Field in Normal, Illinois. Thanks for sticking with us tonight, Hawkeye fans. Almost brought it all the way back. Wouldn't that have been something? This team just doesn't fight. They don't give up. They keep battling. We'll talk to you from Minneapolis on Friday afternoon. Brett, great job as our board op. Really enjoy working with you, Brett. Thank you for all you do. My color analyst, John Evans, and I say so long from Duffy Bass Field in Normal, Illinois. We'll talk to you Friday afternoon from Minneapolis. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, but some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.